All right, we've had a moment, call to order, moment of silent meditation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. May I please have roll call?
Roll call. Mayor Cubillos. Can't hear me? Is my thing working? Hello?
Can you hear
Mayor
me?
Cubillos.
Eunice, we can't hear you.
Mayor Cubillos. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Mayor Cubillos.
I don't think she could hear you.
I think it's hers.
Yeah.
Mayor Cubillos.
Here.
Vice
Can you
Mayor Nickerson.
Here.
Councilperson Roman.
Here.
Councilperson Erbom.
Here.
Councilperson Perella.
Here.
Also present for the record, Janice Jacoby, Village Clerk, Cristia Lu, Village Manager, Interim Village Attorney Norman Powell, a Police Chief Magnuson, Jolinda Harris, Attorney, Juan from Placervia, and Rafael Barrero from the bank. You have a quorum.
All right, great. If you all will just humor me for a minute. We have Placervia here and talking about budgeted charges by the hour, right? So can we please move I-9 right underneath I-1 so that both of his ordinances are read together and then he can zoom out of here? So if I can move I-9, which is the amendments to the form-based code, right underneath ordinance for the second reading for the fences, and then everything will continue. If I can have an approval of the agenda, accepting that change.
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to add another change to the agenda, if possible. Request another change.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to, if possible, I didn't have time to really do the workshops with the time frame that we had for the two ordinances for the staggered terms and the vacancies. So I'd like to put that to the next meeting in September, which will allow us to have those workshops in August or September before the October second reading.
So stand by. So we're looking at that's I-3 and I-4.
That is correct, yes.
So I-3 and I-4. Okay. So, all right. So we're Councilperson Roman, who's a sponsor of both ordinances, is requesting to move ordinance 2020-12 and 2020-13. And I've asked to please move up ordinance agenda item I-9 underneath I-1 to make it I-2 so that Placervia's items can be both heard together. And then he can zoom out. Of course you can stay, but can any other changes and recommendations, changes to the agenda? Louis Perella?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I may. So I would like to include, that'll be what, under H2, the short-term rentals status.
Update. So H3,
Okay.
there's an H2.
Oh, well, Council Anders is the chair of code enforcement. I don't know if he had.
What if I can say, Mr. Attorney, correct me if I go off course here or if I need to backtrack, but I believe the next steps for that are as myself, for example, getting with Juan Camilo from Placervia, the attorney, and to create a well-rounded ordinance to that effect that would be ready for presentation at the next Code Enforcement Committee meeting, which would be in early September. That could then be advanced to full council for consideration. So my own personal goal is to have that codified by October.
Okay, perfect. And
That's correct.
the chair says.
That's great. Okay, yes. All right,
Not,
there we go.
not to modify that, but
So we don't need to add anything.
No.
it's really a zoning issue. So I'm not sure if it's a planning and zoning committee issue.
Yeah, Juan, the reason why it came up is because built into the ordinance is going to be fines and whatnot for not
Understood.
complying with the ordinance. So it's 61,500. So it came up in Councilperson Urban's committee. So we're just going to send it there first because of that component of it.
So when the fines are dealt with or fees, will it then go to P and Z? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I don't think that's going to be necessary. I think, once we have the review from the Code Enforcement Committee, it can then go to the full council because it's going to be an ordinance and require 2 readings anyway. So to keep it on track, we'll just send it after the Code Enforcement to the full council for first
Okay.
reading. And then potentially a workshop, I would imagine, because it may affect a number of the residents in the current use of their homes. You all may want to consider having a workshop in between the first and second reading.
That's generally what we've done in the past, which is why for some ordinance that affect zoning, there would be a month or 2 in between the readings, which is what we did for the Cavista, and which we did for other ones that would impact the majority of, for some people. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we're not so the only 2 changes is moving I-9 right after I-1 and then removing I-3 and I-4. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right,
I'll make-
Steve, so can I get an approval of the agenda with those changes, please?
I'll motion to approve the agenda with those 2 changes.
Perfect. Motion's been made by Councilperson Urban. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Perrella. There is a motion to adopt the agenda with 2 changes. We're moving I-9 over to underneath I-1 to make it I-2. And Councilperson Roman as striking out I-3 and I-4 for a later date. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? All right, hearing none, the motion for agenda passes with the changes and updates and amendments. Having said that, I'm moving over to E1, approval of the minutes for June 23rd virtual regular council meeting. Is there a motion to adopt and accept the minutes for the June 23rd, 2020 virtual regular council meeting? All righty, is there not a motion to accept them? I have
I'm
not
all-
read them. I will say I have.
The only thing I saw was, again, Turning Kurt's, the last name being misspelled. But other than that, I don't know if that matters or.
Anybody else? I see Vice Mayor smiling.
Bill was the.
I see Councilperson Roman not smiling. No. What do we
I
have?
didn't get a chance to review.
I didn't review them. I will admit, I did not review them. They were a little lengthy. So is there's a first by Councilperson Barella. Is there a second?
Second the motion, Madam Mayor.
All right, Councilperson Barella, second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Do we have a motion to adopt the minutes for June 23rd so they can get posted? Madam Clerk, can I have roll call? There's a little doubt going on there.
Hello? Can you
Yes.
hear me? Because I'm hearing in and out. Okay.
You're good.
Roll call. Mayor Cubillos.
No.
Vice Mayor Nickerson. Huh? I can't hear.
No.
Councilperson Roman.
No.
Councilperson Urban.
No.
Councilperson Perrella.
Oh,
All right,
motion-
well, I'll make a commitment to read them and put them forward for September and take a look.
I'll
Mayor
motion to table
Cubillos,
the
I do need
minutes.
to make a statement because there are somebody waiting for a public request due to these minutes since they have not been approved by any of you. I cannot. And the attorney can talk to that.
Yeah.
Right. There's an outstanding public records request. I believe it's more specific to the portion of the meeting concerning Councilperson Roman's statement at the end of the last meeting. So to the extent that we want to comply with that public records request, I think we can make that portion of the transcript available to Ms. Kinzel as requested. pending the approval of the overall minutes.
Motion to table the minutes to the following meeting with the caveat that the statement entered into the record by Councilperson Roman be approved. That's the end of my motion.
I have a motion on. Is there a second? I see Vice Mayor Nickerson, your hand up.
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I may really quickly, I just want to, I want Councilperson Roman to be able to protect her. So I want her to read that first to make sure it's absolutely accurate, because there's a public request and it goes out. I don't want any of her words to be misconstrued or incorrect or anything like that in any way.
And not only that, but I don't know if you all look at that. Sometimes in the minute it says like unintelligible or unaudible.
Right, but if I may, because I think there's a confusion. It is currently a public record, but it's just in draft form. So to the extent that we will be complying with the public records request, the clerk will duly note that portion that she's making available under the public records request, that this is a draft of the minutes. To the extent that there's a subsequent amendment based upon a review by the council and then an adoption, then there'll be an additional supplement that will be provided to Ms. Kinzel concerning those minutes. But right now it's a public record in draft form, which the public has a right to see.
So then
If
should I
somebody asks for it.
Then I think I'd like to amend my motion to say, I'd like to amend the motion to say that the minutes be tabled with the caveat of a draft of Councilperson Roman's statement being approved.
I'll second that motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay, there's a motion made by Councilperson Oberon to allow the draft version of the, when Councilperson Roman delivered a message, but not the rest of the minutes.
But I
And
don't mean to interrupt. Councilperson Urban and Mayor, you don't need to make a motion for that.
Okay.
The only motion that you all have to make is whether or not you're going to adopt the minutes. They have not been approved by the council, but to the extent that there's a pending public records request, Mr. Kobe can simply provide what she has in draft form, noting it duly that way, and providing it to Ms. Kinzel. If I'm going to come back in September, the minutes are amended, she'll just supplement it with whatever amendments are in the minutes.
Okay, so then I'll further amend my motion to say I motion to table the minutes to the next council meeting.
Second that motion, Madam Mayor, motion to table the minutes to the next council.
perfect, which is the motion we just passed. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any nays? Perfect. All right, Chief Magnuson, we are swearing in a police officer. I believe it's a part-timer. Her name is Emily Garcia Poveda. Poveda? Yeah. Thank you so much, Officer Poveda, for your patience. There we are. Where are you? She's not here.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm trying to figure this out. Let's see. Why is it not showing me? Working now?
Mhm.
All right, perfect. There we go. Hello, everybody.
Welcome. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
Good, good. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience.
No, no worries.
So I think our police chief will do the honors of swearing you in.
Sounds good to me.
I want to start by saying how very enthused I am with a new part-timer, to use the slang, part-time non-compensatory officer. Since I've been here last May, I have strived for certainly quality over quantity, and thus far it has worked out. Very pleased, and I have no doubt it's going to continue along that path. But there's another reason for me to be very enthused. Before I got here, I noticed there was such a wide array of part-time non-compensatory officers here. And to this day, this department mirrors the community it serves really, really well, with one exception. and there's no women. And that has always bothered me. I know we had a lot of them before, and for whatever reason, they left before I got there, but they left for whatever, like I said, for whatever reason. It's incredibly important for any police agency to be well represented. And so I'm very enthused, and this is just a starting point. It is not an ending point. I'd like to see, and whoever's listening, I'd like to see a lot more women apply and join this department. One step at a time. Like I said, I'm very excited, and this is about you tonight, not me. So without further ado, if you repeat after me and raise your right hand. I, and state your name,
I, Emily Poveda,
being duly sworn in by the Chief of Police of El Portal,
being duly sworn in by the Chief of Police of El Portal,
do solemnly swear that I will support,
do solemnly swear that I will support,
protect, and defend the Constitution
protect, and defend the Constitution
of the United States of America
of the United States of America
and of the state of Florida,
and of the state of Florida,
and that I will, in all respects,
and that I will, in all respects,
observe the provisions of the Constitution
observe the provisions of the Constitution
of the state of Florida
of the state of Florida
and the Charter of the Village of El Portal,
and the Charter of the Village of El Portal,
and that I will
and that I will
and faithfully discharge the duties
faithfully discharge the duties
of which I am about to enter.
of which I am about to enter.
I do further swear
I do further swear
that as a police officer,
that as a police officer,
I will faithfully serve and protect
I will faithfully serve and protect
to the best of my ability
to the best of my ability
all citizens regardless of race, color, or creed.
all citizens regardless of race, color, or creed.
I accept by the Law Enforcement Code of Ethics
I accept by the Law Enforcement Code of Ethics
as my standard of conduct
as my standard of conduct
while on and off duty,
while on and off duty,
and swear to faithfully abide by
and swear to faithfully abide by
and defend the same.
and defend the same.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, officer.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Very good. Please,
Thank
if
you.
you'd like to say a few words, please.
Words?
Well, I want to say thank you for your time. I want to say thank you for this opportunity. It is, for me, it is very exciting. I feel like I'm straight out of the academy again. Like, I'm super enthusiastic. Can't wait to put on a badge and get out there and, you know, start doing my job. And you say the day and I'm there to pick up my badge. So I'm super excited, and I'm really glad to have met you guys today. Even though at the beginning I was a little confused. I was like, I think I'm in the wrong place, but I stuck around and
Rule number one of police work is patience. You did well.
yes, yes, yes.
It's
And
it's all good.
I had nothing better to do, so I stuck around.
Very good, very good. Well, we'll get you the badge. We'll get you everything set up. This is a new world right now with everything, with the Zoom and everything.
I
It's
know.
It's still legit. It's still good to go. We certainly missed the photos and everything else, but we're gonna make it work somehow. So you'll be
Okay.
all good, and we'll be in touch real soon. You'll get that badge. You'll be good. Everything will be fine.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
everybody.
Congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Chief and
Welcome,
Officer
Officer
Preveda,
Preveda.
welcome.
Thank you.
Officer Preveda, I took pictures, so it's the 20.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I took the pictures, so we'll make sure we get them posted out there, and I'll send it over to the chief.
Oh, thank you. Awesome.
All
Thank you, guys.
Have
All
a
right.
great night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good and welfare. We have a long meeting. We have two. We'll have another good and welfare, but if there's any attendees out there that would like to ask any questions or make a statement. Make a statement. All right, hearing none. We're going to go right into the first resolution. Oh, excuse me. No, we have an agenda item. Agenda item H1. I believe the Admin and Finance Committee discussed.
Mayor, you had two hands go up, Calixto and Ibis.
I don't see Ibis. I see Calixto. Okay, sorry. To Kyle, can you please bring in Calixto first and then Ibis?
Hello again. So you decided to do welfare topics at the beginning?
Well, we have a good welfare at every meeting, generally twice, in the beginning and in the end.
Okay. Well, I know that I watched the code enforcement meeting, the last meeting that took place, and I wanted to discuss on that because it touched on various issues that concern me and are very close to my heart. And that's short-term rentals, okay? And the regulations, you want to put in regulations for, or discuss regulations for short-term rentals. Now, I know that you had issues with production companies, whether or not they pulled permits or not with Miami-Dade County to be here. I know that they're a bit disruptive, but I know that production companies bring quite a bit of money to communities in terms of their fees and their license in order to get the license to be here for filming for X number of days. Now, the one thing that, well, and this is just, I want to address it to Councilperson Pirela, that I wanted to address with you personally, and I'm doing it as advice, as someone who loves this village, and also as someone that has run for office in the past, is we need to choose our words carefully. Don't ever say strange people in the village. You don't want strange people walking around, because it can be interpreted many ways. What's your interpretation of strange might not be the same for other people. And the idea of we don't know who's coming into our village, of course not. We don't know who's coming into our village because we are a public space. This is not an enclosed community. This is a public space. Taxpayers, state and federal money go to help build the roads all around us, the infrastructure. We're all tied in to a huge city, county, and so forth. So yes, there's going to be different people coming through our community, and you're going to see different people coming through here. Now, I wanted to touch on my experience. I have been one of the first people, I believe I was one of the first to do Airbnb in general, because I started with Airbnb. I happen to know the founders, these young men that started the company, and their goals of what Airbnb was set up to be was a home sharing experience. And that's what I have brought into my home for 10 years. And, you know, Chief Magnuson, I know you're new, but, you know, there was another chief of police who I knew very well. And the police in my over 10 years of living in the village have yet to knock on my door because of an issue or of a rowdy Airbnb guest. First of all, it's not tolerated, okay, in my home. And I have never had a safety or security issue in my home. And I have had a lot of people I'm always booked in the last 10 years. So I just want to make that point so people could understand the concept of Airbnb or home sharing, because now there's a million platforms that people can use, and doing business in your home, okay? What does this represent for me? When I started doing this in 2010, I was going to lose my house. This provided I had lost my job, okay? And I think Mayor Cubillos can attest to this, because we've known each other, and we've known many of the people that have lived in this village for a long time. can attest of the financial difficulties and hardships I was in. We have a handful of Airbnbers guests here in the village. There's not a whole lot. It's not as much as you think. Okay. Heidel, JR, I call him JR. He's my neighbor. He lives just down the street from me. I was awakened by those rowdy Airbnbers. How do you address that issue? Because that is very upsetting to me. Because not only did those Airbnbers wake me up, they woke up my guests. Okay? So now it's a problem to my well-being and to people who are visiting my home. Okay? That are in my bedrooms. Okay? We address it by, how do we do it? Code enforcement. Liens, fines, police. You move there and you start fining and liening that property. Okay, now the homeowner will either have to pay those fines or will have to sell his home. And Chief, I know that you come from a big city. What would you do? What did the city of Miami do, or any big city do, if you had a crack house and the neighbors were complaining? You would send you would send every department to that property until they shut it down, or the owner, the slumlord, had to sell. Okay? It's not an issue of making us pay $1,500. I think you were throwing the number on $1,500 license to each Airbnber. Okay? I think that was the number that was being tossed around. Why am I being punished for having to do a license? I had given this, Airbnb, I'm just talking about this one platform, but there's many other platforms. I exclusively use Airbnb. Tomorrow, and Mayor Cubillos, you know that I have told you this in the past, levy a tax. I don't have a problem. My guests pay for it. The county puts a tax. You can levy a tax on short-term rental. I don't have a problem with that. My guest pays for that. I might lower my prices a little bit to be competitive if I need to, but levy a tax. And you know why it's better than creating a whole system? Because you're not Miami Beach, you're not Bal Harbor, we are not Sunny Isles, we don't have millions upon millions of dollars, and we don't get any grants, we don't get any money from the hotel lobby. Because guess what? The hotel lobby, how do you think they do all this? They line the pockets of all these municipalities so that they can control the hotel and keep. We don't have hotels, and I don't think we're gonna have a hotel in El Portal for the time being. We are exclusively a residential neighborhood, pretty much, with a couple of commercial properties, okay? So what is the most effective, what is the most cost-effective and easy way to get money for the village? Tax. And I think that you can do it. I don't know, and I will refer to our attorney, Mr. Powell, if that would be within the realm of levying a tax, okay? And I would be all for it. Now, to create this whole infrastructure will cost money, because Miami Beach has, I don't know how many employees all day long on the computer looking for people, okay, that are doing illegal Airbnb. We don't have those resources. We barely have 800 homes, and there possibly are, maybe, I think within the village there might be 10, 15, 20 people that do like I do, that share their homes. I know Bimari does the same thing. And not only that, but most people in the village, when I've been in a problem that I can't have somebody in my home, I call somebody that I know in the village and say, hey, do you have space in your house? I have this really nice people that are looking to stay here. And these people bring money to their community. Okay, they bring money to all the local areas. I mean, we don't have commercial, but it does bring money to our little micro community here in El Portal. And people are fascinated, by the way. In terms of, I know that you discuss about code enforcement, full kitchens, and that sort of issue. Let me remind you, I'm a realtor, and I said that in the budget meeting. A lot of homes are grandfathered in. The older homes, behind my home, there's 2 homes that have 2 full of their homes behind the homes. Why? Because these homes were built back. One was built back in the 20s, even before El Portal existed. And back then, it was very common to have servants' quarters. And they had their apartments back there, and they had their kitchens, and they had their thing. And the other one was built, I believe, in the 40s. Elizabeth, who's 98 years old and is the original owner of that property, and her sister lived in the apartment behind it. And that's a full home. They're my backdoor neighbors. It's very normal. Now, do we go out searching for these people? No, these people have been grandfathered in. Their homes are legalized. What we have to look at is people who are doing it now, and people who ask for, what do you call that? For modifications I forgot the name now. I had to do it when I built my 3rd bedroom. Excuse me? A variant. That I enclosed my garage and I made my master bedroom here, and to make it a 3-2, to make it a 3-2. And, you know, I just want to let you know that for me, and now, once again, you know that I lost my job, or I'm going to lose my job as a flight attendant. And this is not the time to be doing this. Don't punish us. The 99, more than 99, I've only known of this one issue here with JR, and we really need to take care of it. I will go on, knock on the owner's door. I'll find him. I have ways of finding where these people are. But I don't want him to be an Airbnb-er. You know why? Because this is what it causes. This is the action that it causes. And this is what I don't want, nor do I want something like that for my community. Because I have been very responsible, and everybody else who does Airbnb in this community has been extremely responsible, because they share their home, they bring them into their home, okay? And to me, it has been very, very fulfilling. I have friends from all over the world, and I think I've taken up more than 2 minutes, but I wanted to lay this out to you. And I'll be more than happy to participate either in code enforcement or help you draft something. But I don't think that, and I reiterate, to create this whole infrastructure and then have employees hire people to do that, when I think that there's a way we can do it by taxation. And, you know, Council Powell maybe can address that.
Thank you, Calixto. We have,
If I could just, Calixto, the code enforcement meeting will be the first Tuesday in September.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, first Tuesday in September for the code enforcement meeting. Yeah. And we should have a pretty good idea.
Address your concerns at that day. Now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have a draft by then.
Ibis Garcia is next. Thank you, Calixto.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Hi, Ibis Garcia, 500 Northwest 87th Street, and Aslan, because you won't leave me alone. On the Airbnb things, I think you should listen to Calixto. He hit every point. I'm surrounded by Airbnbers for 2 reasons. I'm across the street from unincorporated Miami-Dade, even though this side of the street is El Portal. So across the street, there are numerous Airbnbers on a regular basis. which is not part of our area because it is across the street. And some of my neighbors in El Portal also have Airbnb. Never has there ever been a problem. Noise issues, even in the unincorporated Miami-Dade side. I, for one, would be the first one calling our police department if there was, because I'm constantly home and the noise levels, my husband works rotating shift, you know, we like it quiet. So I would be one of the first ones jumping in and saying, hey, this is a problem here, there's a problem there, because this is a quiet village. We like to keep it that way. So I think he's made some very, very good points that you should keep in mind. I think a fine or a permit is what was discussed to be able to Airbnb. The people that don't live here that won't care about the Airbnb part can pay the $1,500 and it won't matter to them because they're not going to be here. They'll still break the rules. They'll get the application or the permit and still do whatever it is, the big parties and stuff like that. The people that live here aren't going to do that. They're going to be very responsible and reasonable because they're like Calixto said, they're bringing people into their home. And I know because I see it regularly. I see Airbnbers on my block every single day, sometimes. But I think he made some very good points about considering a type of tax that can be passed on to the people you're renting to, because it is a form of income, especially now in a time where we're all hurting so much financially. I also had one more question. Has there been a change to the garbage pickup? I don't know if good and welfare is the right point to ask that, but our garbage is not being picked up on Wednesdays. Now it's coming in on Thursday mornings for some odd reason. We put it out when we're supposed to for the pickup date, and then they don't come, but they come the next morning. So I'm not sure if that's something that I need to let you guys know about, but it's happening at least here on my block. We put our garbage out every Wednesday. Yeah, for the last 3 weeks it's happened. We put the garbage out on Wednesday and it doesn't get picked up until Thursday morning. Now what? Yeah, okay, he's agreeing with me, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia, for letting me know. I'll address that with our waste management, with the
I don't know if it
collector.
was something new or a change. I was just wanted to clarify if
No.
it was something that's not supposed to be happening, but is happening.
No, can I have your address, please, again?
500
Yes.
Northwest,
Yes.
87th.
Okay. I'll
And
let you.
the entire block of 87th is getting bypassed.
I'll address it tomorrow with our waste collector. Thank you.
And I think that was it. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ibis. Now, is it going to bypass or it's being done a day late?
It's being done a day late. They're not coming on Wednesday at all because Thursday morning, all the garbage cans are still full and out.
Okay.
And then on Thursday morning, they're coming through. They're picking up.
It's always been Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Yeah, we've always been Wednesdays and Saturdays.
And it still
And
is.
the last 3 weeks has been that glitch change that I wasn't sure if there had been a change and I wasn't aware of it, or if it's just them doing
No,
something different they shouldn't be doing.
It's still Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Okay, so yeah,
Thanks for
they're
letting me know.
bypassing us on Wednesdays and picking it up on
It's been 3
Thursdays
weeks now.
for 3 weeks, as he keeps telling me. For 3 weeks.
Well, I'm gonna go out there and bring it back.
Yes, I know.
Okay, thanks
He's
for letting-
annoying.
Thanks,
Sorry.
David, for that. No, thanks, David, for that. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else in good and welfare? All right, seeing none, we're going to move into the first agenda item. Village manager 5% salary increase that was brought forward by the Admin and Finance Committee.
I appreciate that. So this is something so what I've started to do is I've started to try to go through many things on the administration and finance, and I'm starting to get to them and go to past situations that are past due. I'm trying to shore up those type of things. This has been in the committee for a while now, and it's just got to the point where last time there's no work for it left to be done in the committee. And what I said to the committee was that I did want to hear, yourself, Madam Mayor, and Councilperson Perella's view on this because on the committee level, we've just done pretty much all that we can do. So we passed to full council. She did do what was one of the main points was that she do a self-evaluation. She did do that. That was included. I don't know if everybody saw that. That was included in the package when this went out the other day. And also part of the reason why, we decided to bring this up and I decided we wanted to get everybody's view on this was simply because in the manager's contract, it says that, annually she's due for salary increases. And she has not had one, I believe, in a couple of years, at least. So
I've never had one.
She's never had one. So all of that and that being in the contract also made me want to bring this up. I understand it's budget time. I understand we just got finished having a discussion. I do understand that, but like I said, I'm trying to shore up things that are past due when it comes to especially individuals who work for us, because I think it's important that we look at their situations and what we have in their contracts. What also made me think about this was, I remember we had the whole discussion that's been going on, unfortunately, about the whole situation with the Pannoni contract and how Pannoni, they kept spending money when in their contract it said that they were supposed to come back to the council when they got to a certain threshold in their contract. They were supposed to come back to the council and get approval for going over that threshold, and they didn't do that. So, being that they didn't follow their contract, I just want to make sure that in the Administration and Finance Committee that starting with our employees and things like that, that we are, following the contract that we have with our employees. And like I said, the rest of the committee, Vice Chair Roman and Member Erbaum, they were discussing, and I said to them, you guys, it's already been worked as much as they could on the committee level. Let's pass it to full council. Let's get the mayor's input. Let's get Councilperson Perella's input, and we can work out things in that fashion. So, Madam Mayor.
The recommendation from the committee is a 5% increase. Are you all recommending that to be retroactive, or is that recommendation as of today?
For it not to be retroactive, Madam Mayor. That's what, when we passed it, that's what we decided. That could change. It's up to the full council right now. But the recommendation was 5% non-retroactive. Like I said,
and it would be starting as of when? If it were to pass, starting as of when?
That would be decided also here on the council. If it goes to me, I was going to say pass it 5% non-retroactive and pass it as soon as possible to implement as soon as possible.
And to the manager, this is your second or third year?
This is for my second year. I'm working into my third now. My anniversary was in March.
March,
so
okay.
I'm at
March,
2.5 years. Yes, and I made the request back in March. It was put off and put off and put off, and here we are 6 months later. I understand, but it's 2.5 years now.
Okay. And the 5% would be exactly how much more a year? Is Wallace still on the call, on the meeting? I know, I think I got these numbers, but for purposes of everybody on here, what does 5% indicate? What is it dollars per year? Because it's a recurring expense. So what is it per year?
5% more would be, I don't know if Mrs. Wallace is on, but just knowing my salary, 85,000, that would be 4,000 and a little bit more. So, Mr. Wallace, are you there?
So that'd be 4,000, a little more, but just to factor in insurance, FICA, and all of that, right? So what's the totality annually, Wallace? Chris, please.
Yes, I'm still on. So the total at 5% would be, bear with me because I don't have my glasses on. The total cost, the salary would go up to 85.
The salary is 85.
Oh, I'm sorry. 80, yeah, like I said, I don't have my glasses on. 89,249 or 250 really.
And then what's the difference in everything else, whether it's Medicare, FICA, FRS?
All right, hold on.
While you're doing the calculation, I believe I have a hand up. Councilperson Arba?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I've got the headphones off right now. So in committee, there was not consensus on 5%. One of the larger issues is that there haven't been any reviews done by any of the council members with the manager as well. But again, at least what I had said in committee was, this is not, for me, entirely a performance discussion. As we're looking at the budget, you know, again, in committee, I said I was at 3% because I think 2% is inflation, but for me, I consider 3% to be cost of living increase, right, year to year. And so, so I support 3% because of that. I still don't know that this is the time to be having this discussion when we're on the doorstep of 2 budget hearings and there's still work to be done within the council regarding evaluations. And so, so I don't want to, I don't even know that it's appropriate for us to even get into a performance discussion because none of us seem to have had that time with the manager to do an evaluation for her. So I certainly take responsibility for myself for not having done that yet. Between the last admin and finance committee meeting to now, I did not feel it was appropriate to try and, you know, hey, let's do this right now. And it would be kind of a disingenuous effort in such a short timeline. I do not support 5% tonight approval. I will support 3% cost of living increase. And I think ultimately this decision should wait until after the second budget hearing where we know exactly what it is that we're dealing with. And so I will remind everyone on the council that this also will play into the pay step increase discussion with the PBA and union, because part of their argument is if you are going to give, it's a matter of who had the agreement first to some degree. If you're going to give somebody a pay raise within the village, then you need to honor the pay step agreement. And so I don't see how I don't see how we do anything other than a pay freeze, certainly as far as we get through COVID, but really because we are on the doorstep of 2 budget hearings, we will have a exact idea of what can be done and could be done. So right now, tonight, for cost of living increase, I'm at 3%. I could be moved pending what comes out of 2 budget hearings. So I just want to be clear that there was consensus that this needed to be moved to the full council, but there was not consensus that we're at 5%.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from the members of the council?
Well, yes, as Anders, Councilperson Anders just said, I don't think is now the time, and it's now a matter of like being measuring the performance of the manager or anything. It's just we're talking about trying to reduce you know, expenses in the budget and this and that, and on the contract. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why feeling the pressure that we have to, like, you know, increase the salary, because even the contract said that the council will, you know, consider an increase, but it's not. Is it? Am I wrong? Is it something that has to go by? You know, it has to be obligated, because in the contract says, you know, we'll consider, shall consider an increase from time to time, or every, you know. here. And so that's, and like Andres just said about, the lease, also trying to get an increase, and we not actually been able to probably do so or something, I don't know. And so it's kind of like a little contradictory, like contradictory. So like, but we able to like increase the salary for one person and not for others that it's just.
So I didn't know if Vice Mayor Nickerson, I don't see any more hands up. I didn't know if Vice Mayor Nickerson or Councilperson Roman, did you have anything to add? I want to say something that I think is important, because I think that we have some facts wrong. So, and I'm always going to stick to facts because facts matter. In the history of El Portal, at least in the history that I've been here, the police officers have always gotten a raise. Every single year. There has not been a year they've never gotten a raise. Now, I'm going to go as far as saying this. There were years when they might have gotten 1% increase. There may have been years they've gotten a 2% increase. But the police officers, not the chief, the police officers, the union officers, and even the part-timers that are not union officers have always gotten an increase historically every single year. It is part of their, what they call the collective bargaining union, which is the CBA, which you'll heard often referred to the CB. Now, historically in the time that I've been here, the managers actually have never gotten a raise. I don't really know the history behind that, but for some reason, Jason Walker was perpetually in the same salary for 10 years. And then right after I got in, excuse me, not 10 years, like 5 or 7 years. And then right after I became the mayor, the council at the time, we opted to give him a one-time bonus because a one-time bonus would not, while it was a one-time bonus of 10,000, it didn't go in perpetuity for his salaries. Like it wasn't a recurring expense. It was a one-time expense. But this manager never got an increase. The clerk has traditionally always gotten an increase. And when I say clerk, I'm not necessarily talking about this clerk. I'm just talking about the position as a whole. Back in the day, the clerk that we had here had always gotten at least a COLA increase. And our clerk today did receive an increase. She did not get it in her first or maybe even her second year, but I believe we made up for it on her third year, and we gave her, for lack of a better word, I don't want to use the word generous, but an increase was given to her. And I want to even believe to say it was retroactive, but I don't want to be quoted on that. But it was given. I believe when the code enforcement before this one that we had Carlos, I believe in the short time that he was here, he also got a raise. The part-time police officers got a raise actually by me many years ago, because they used to make $12 an hour. I requested from the council to go up to $14 an hour. And then recently with this bargaining time, we did a differential pay where nighttime differentials paid a little more. Why do I say all that? I say all that because it matters, because everybody has always gotten a raise. But I always defer back. The manager really technically never has. And again, when I say manager, I don't mean Christia, I just mean in the time that I've been here. Jason Walker, when I arrived, he was at the same salary. When I left, he was at the same salary. He just got a $10,000 bonus. But I also agree where, I think maybe we need to agree on what the percentage looks like, and then we can take a vote on it and make it effective after the budget hearings that we go through when we have real numbers before us. I think that makes also more sense. But I don't think that giving an employee what would we call a regular salary, which should be compared to a step increase, because a step increase is not required. And I think when we look at step increases, we're going into that territory of who the Village of El Portal may not be. Because while somebody, I don't know who it was, I don't know what email was read, if it was Hugh Gladwin, but we have to take a look at the totality of what salaries are actually paid here. While, the manager, the chief, all of us, the clerk, the attorney, while we may leave here today and go to another city and make so much more money, but that's relative to the city and to the town and to the village that you'd be going to. And we have to just look at what's relative in this town. And that goes for the manager, that goes for the clerk, that goes for the attorney, and that goes for the police officers. It's all relative to the city that they've agreed to work for. On a step increases, we have to be very careful, because that can really put us into a spiral down the road. where we might not be able to get out of, as I share with the manager and with the attorney and someone else on the call. I don't remember. Oh, maybe Chris Wallace. When I was first elected, we only had about $100,000 in the reserves. We didn't have a lot of money in the reserves. One of the things the manager did at the time was that there were 3 police officers that were being paid more than the chief of police. But that's when he put in a cap. The manager at the time put a cap in the contract, and then he offered to retire, and we paid them out, and we were able to lower because the police budget is always going to take the most of our budget. That's the way it is in most of the cities. So again, I think that points have been made that are good, but facts are not clear. Everybody here has always gotten a raise. The police officers have been consistently, is because they're union, always get a raise every single year. Now, granted, before, with the prior attorney and with the prior manager, they had the least amount of raises ever. But in this time frame with this manager, they've had the most generous raises. And let's be clear. When I say generous, listen, we all know they're worth more than that. We already know that. Or I mean, we know that we cannot pay our police officers their real value. I mean, I know $35,000, $37,000 is not a lot of money, but that's what it pays here. Biscayne Park pays $40,000 a year. It's not that much more, but their mill is also 9.7. So we just have to take a look at all that, but stick to facts. And facts are that police officers have always gotten a raise. Everybody here, for the most part, has always gotten a raise, but not the manager. And by the manager, I don't mean Christia, I just mean the manager as a whole, that position. So those are facts, and those are facts that can be looked at and researched, and they are facts. So I don't know if, so we have a couple of things. We have to agree on a percentage. And I believe if the manager's waited this long, I'm sure she can wait. We don't meet in August unless it's necessary for maybe a third budget workshop, but we have a few meetings in September. Councilperson Roman.
Yes, I just want to clarify what the contract says. And I was the chair of the admin and finance when the manager was hired. And so I negotiated the contract with Christia. And when I say I negotiated, the full council approves it. So Vamari negotiated, but it went to the full council, just like the attorney's contract. And so what the performance evaluation says, so the reason that the performance evaluation says this on the contract is because Christia asked for more money from the start. She wanted her salary to be a lot higher. Well, not a lot higher, but significantly higher, where we could not afford that. And so the discussion that I had with her was that we would try to put it in the contract that based on performance and based on approval of budget, the council may consider up to 5% increase after the first full year of employment. And that was put in because of that, her need to have a higher salary. Then it says, and a cost of living and merit increase of 3% for each year of service after the first year. However, I have to stress that it says based on satisfactory performance and based on approval of budget, the council may consider. And the reason I was very careful with the attorney when we put this in is because we don't know, I couldn't guarantee Christia anything. We didn't know what the budget was going to, this is before Irma, this is before a lot of things. So we were, what was that?
Sorry, it wasn't before Irma.
It wasn't before Irma?
No, it wasn't.
Well, she started before Irma. Okay, all right. So, but, so it wasn't before Irma, we negotiated after Irma, but she did start before Irma. But however, we still did not know what the budget, we never know what the budget's going to look like, which is why that sentence is written the way that it is. That's not to say that I do not believe that Christia should receive some type of increase. I did state it at the admin and finance that I don't know that this is the time. And it really sucks because the first time around, she didn't get the increase because of Irma and because we had put a pay freeze during that time. And here we are again. There's COVID now. And so, unfortunately, She has received, you know, I guess a short end of this deal because of the fact that, you know, we have not been able to approve this because of the budget. You know, we did give the clerk a 12% increase in October of 2018. She went from $25 to $28, but like the mayor said, she had not received an increase in 3 years. I was against going at 12% because I thought that that was too high, but the council voted on that. You know, I'm all about trying to be as consistent as possible because it's not fair if we give one employee a raise and not the other. I also know that we live in a very expensive city, and that, you know, cost of living increase, if we can do it, should be there. But we are, you know, we're in a different, our budget is not where it needs to be. So I'm happy to, again, look at it. I agree that we should wait until, you know, I hate to say this because I really wish I could say we could give Cristia this race now, but, you know, I do believe that it's the responsible thing to do is to wait until after the budget and see where we're at, look at the numbers and see what she can get. I also think that it's not a bad idea to consider a bonus, such as the mayor, you know, suggests, or not suggested, but said that had been done in the past with the previous manager. So I think that just like we're asking Cristia and our CFO and ourselves to get creative with the budget, once we get creative with the budget, and Cristia, I'm just going to say, if you can tighten up those numbers in the budget somehow and you know, work through removing things that are not necessary for next year. You know, I don't know that public affairs is an area that needs to stay where it is right now. I don't know, that could be a discussion. But get creative with the budget, tighten it up, and, you know, you have my commitment that I will get creative before, you know, after the budgets, to try to see what we can get you. But, you know, it definitely, I can't do it today. That's all.
All right, good, well said. Councilperson Urban? Did you have your hand up now, or is that before?
Yes, no, yeah, I had my hand up. I just want to finish by saying that, Mr. Liu, I will commit to sitting with you and getting that review done within the next 2 weeks, so that that would no longer be, at least from my end, anything that would be holding us up, so that I would be 100% ready to have an exact dollar discussion by September.
I also want to second what Councilperson Roman said. I mean, you and I have had the discussion about public affairs. It's something I said 3 or 4 years ago, which I will bring it up again today. Public affairs is also a budget where most of that dollars could be raised anyway. That does not have to come on. I've always said that, and I've always traditionally raised money, so we don't use that money. That's a commitment that the council has to make with the new year, but that's always a possibility, and it's always doable. It's been done before, and we don't even know where we're going to be at in the next 6 or 7 months or 8 months with events anyway. So this whole new normal could be with us until potentially 21. So maybe eliminating all of the events from now till probably even next May or something. Maybe, you know, maybe the first event that you all do, maybe the egg hunt or something. So I second that what Councilperson Roman said. Do I see a Councilperson Perella hand up?
Yes, yeah, like I also said in the budget meeting about, you know, like the galas and the dinners, that's what I referred to, that, you know, public affair could actually, is money that could be wisely spent through the budget, you know. And because, so I just had the question for Mr. Wallace, does he has the numbers? Because remember, we're not only talking about the 85, is it 85,000? It's just the retirement funds and this and that, and the car allowances and everything adds up to $120,000 for one salary. So, and I was looking at the cars allowances, and it also says that we are willing to pay, or the village or whatever, up to $420 a month for a rental car, or is the option to the village manager, whether, use their own car or have a rental car. So nowadays you can get a rental car for $300, $280. It's budgeted at $5,000. So so it's also money there that it's a little higher than what it could be. So it's not part of a job or the income, but it's part of the whole income, because we're paying $5,000 towards the car allowances, right? It doesn't count as the salary, but it's part of it.
So if I may, Mayor, can I talk about that real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that was negotiated before with the previous manager, which I believe had an auto, which is why we said, and Christia already, I think, had a car, and this is where we said in lieu of an automobile, that's why that was put in there, but that was already something that was already negotiated with the previous manager. And we just sort of switched around the language a little bit, but I get what you're saying. And yes, and that was part of my discussion with Christia. I said, that's really also a part of your benefits. So if you look at, because that's coming out of the village's, budget as well.
Yeah.
So absolutely, that's also a benefit that doesn't need to be on anyone's contract it's not a requirement, but it's a benefit.
Okay, great.
Any other comment? Louis Pearl, you have your hand up, or is that from before? That's right. So well, no, I'm not even going to say that. So the chair of Admin and Finance, this is your item.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I would like to hear from the manager if possible before I say something.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I understand this is not a good time. It never is. When I raised this issue over a year ago, back March of 2019, at my year anniversary, the same issue. We are fiscally strapped and not able to honor or consider the portion of your contract that states that there are opportunities. I know what the village is. I knew what it was before I moved here, or before I came to work here, because I live close by. I know. So I know also the work that is entailed with this. I'm stressed and overworked, but I enjoy the work. And I think that shows my enthusiasm for it and the things that I do. My name is tied to this as any of you, because I'm your village manager. And of course, I don't know what the future will hold, but I want to go with a good reputation and know that my name means something, and the work I did here meant something. And that's why I've been really committed. I haven't had to be held to the fire or held accountable, because I hold myself accountable, and the work is done. So, I hear what you're saying. There is never a good time to bring it up. This is what we discussed. We went back painstakingly negotiating this contract, which, was peeled back a bit from the previous manager, but here we are. And I'm coming to you. I came to you in March at my anniversary to request again. And, I appreciate that on this dais now at this time, you're, I appreciate that people think that the work was good, but I haven't heard that in the past. And I haven't heard anything in the past. So I don't know, but I know that I give it my all, and I will continue. I hope you will reconsider that, because, there are expenses and there are things that I have to do too. But, I understand. Everybody has gotten an increase, and the police has always. I've tried to do my best in ensuring that, we retain the people we have, because I think they do great work, and I want to ensure that they stay the best we can, so we have, worked around and jiggled numbers and done what we could to give a 9% increase to police staff. I know it's not small, it's a small salary, but we did what we could because we want to keep our people. And I think that, I want to continue the good work I've been doing working with you all. So I hope you will, consider that and consider the contract and that we move forward together for quite a bit of time. And I welcome any thoughts you all have. I'm open to creative ways. I mean, there are so many creative ways we can address this. It doesn't have to be in this way, but I've discussed this with the vice mayor as the chair of admin and finance, a bonus or executive. I know that some other municipalities pay for the dependents' child care or child health insurance. That's not so for me. There are many ways we can kind of look at this and be creative, and I'm very much open to it. But I wouldn't dare just suggest to take away public affairs to do things in this way. That's up to you. So I'm open to listening to any suggestions and any creative ways to address that, and any other items that have come before you because of this budget. I'd love to hear it.
So I just want to clarify real quick. I wasn't saying that we would take public affairs out to give you a raise. I was saying that we need to look at, I'm asking you to be creative, to try to go back to the budget when you're making the revisions and try it, see if there's tightening up that you could do, that you can present to us, that, we would consider. And public affairs, because of everything that's going on and because of the fact that, I've been the chair for public affairs for a long time. I've raised money for this village, before our events, before I even became a council member. I held the art fair, and that first, the first couple of years when I did the art fair by myself as a volunteer, it was all sponsors. We didn't have any money. The art fair wasn't budgeted. So that's why I said that. It wasn't to say that you would get rid of the public affairs budget just so that you could have a raise. So I just want to clarify that.
Okay, and I do understand that, and I don't mean to imply that. I'm saying I wouldn't cut from anything or just assume that I
understand. I just wanted to make sure, not for your understanding, but for the residents' understanding. I just want to make sure, because sometimes things are listened to and heard differently.
I understand
what we intend.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure before it gets written or, on next door.
Perfect. Vice Mayor Nickerson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so first of all, I just want to say this is exactly what I wanted, which is why it had been worked in committee as long as it could have possibly been worked in committee. And to bring it to full council, as Councilperson Urban was saying earlier, it wasn't a consensus, but to bring it to full council and to get the mayor's input, which I believe in this situation was priceless, the things that she pointed out, and to get Councilperson Ferrella's input, I think was also very, very very good. I will say this, because in the contract, as Councilperson Roman pointed out correctly, in the contract, it did say, based off of performance is a large part of it. Its budget is job performance also. I will say that I do understand, and I don't disagree that knowing what the budget is going to be where we should probably go. And that being said, maybe we should move this to the September full council meeting. Because at the September full council meeting, we'll have both budget hearings would have been done by then. Once the September full council meeting begins at 7 p.m., both budget hearings would have been done by then. So we can move it to the September full council meeting. I will say this though, and I just want to end on this right here. When we talk about whether she deserves or doesn't deserve because it wasn't in the contract that it was obligated. When I've worked, which is constantly week in, week out with Christia, she responds right away. So my question would be for anybody who thinks that she doesn't deserve based on her job performance, where do you think that she's lacking? That would be my question. Where do you think that she's lacking if you feel like she doesn't deserve based on her job performance? Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's it for me.
Vice Mayor Nicholson, was that a question? Was that a question for the council?
Open question, yeah, but.
All right. And any response to Vice Mayor Nicholson?
Well, I'll just respond. I've always been very candid on the record about Christia's performance. I think that she's done an excellent job. I think that she's brought us to a place where we needed to get to. You know, are there shortcomings, or could we all do better? We could all do better, you know? So I personally do not have any performance concerns. I don't know that I would have given her all 5s on her review, but because I always leave room for improvement, and I wouldn't give myself all 5s either. So, but I definitely, you know, think that she's in many areas, she has, you know, outperformed. And, you know, I think in some areas she's performing the way she should. So, you know, in that would be my comments, and I've said it in many admin and finances meetings. I've said it in many council meetings. You know, I've praised her when she's, you know, I think we've come a long way. And so, you know, it's, for me, it's not a performance issue. For me, it's all about the budget.
Any other member of the council?
Yeah, Madam Mayor. So I think that since this is like, and Councilperson Rome and Councilperson Erbaum, Councilperson Perella, and yourself, Madam Mayor, made a great point. Since we should, you know, do this knowing that the budget accurately, then I think we should just move this item to the September full council meeting. It'll be after both budget hearings, and we'll have a much clearer vision that we can't make a decision tonight on anything because we don't have any type of vision until we have those 2 budget hearings. That would be my suggestion, to move it to the September council meeting. But Madam Mayor, I'm for it.
I'm good with that, to move it to the September council meeting. Is everybody else in line with that?
I believe that there's somebody in the audience that may have input, but I have no problem.
Their hand went down. I just want to say two things. So just in, to a point of record, we are moving this to the September council meeting, right? Okay.
President's hand up, Garcia, please.
Yeah, I'll take them after. I work with the manager, and I've worked with the manager now for 11 years, and I will say that I've had my wealth of experiences with each and every single one of them. And I will say that with Christia, your graciousness and your eloquence, and your patience, and your ability to just is completely respected and acknowledged. And I do believe that in the amount of adversity that we have been through, I respect that. And part of me wishes I had that, but you have an eloquence and a graciousness and a patience that's really respectable, even amongst all the adversity that I think that we have been through in a couple of years. I have seen tremendous growth in Christia in the 2 years that I've worked with her. We may not agree all the time. You all may think that we do, but we do not. But I work with Christia day in and day out, and I have nonstop. And I have, and the one thing that the one area that I respect of individuals, and I try to be a little better at, is that nobody ever knows it all, and we learn every day. And Christia has always been open to learning, and always open to any recommendation, and always open to any idea. All you have to do is really call and talk. And I think that goes a long way. Not everything has to be spoken about on the record where to make anybody look good or bad, but there's so many conversations and so many good ideas that if you all have not done so, I would encourage you to do that, because while she may be, has a wealth of experience, while she may be an attorney, she never poses as she knows it all at all. In fact, she's like, hey, you know, Mayor, that was a great idea. And then she'll jump on it because we all don't know it all. And when professionals are open in that manner, I think it goes a long way for them. And I think it goes a long way for the team. And I have found her in that manner. Now, I will also say at the same time, can we all do things better? Absolutely. Can we all do things better? And can we all do things like, I should have maybe done it that way? 100%. But it still does not take away from the amount of work the amount of conversations and the amount of actually really caring that goes into the job that no one sees. And there's a lot of it. There's more than any resident can ever know, more than any member in this council can ever know. It's countless and countless and council of hours to trying to figure out, sometimes having conversations so that we can make things so perfect for all of you. Because when I speak to the manager and when I speak to the chief and when I speak to the attorney, we're just trying to make things as perfect and as proper and as right for really the council and for the residents. But you all don't see that. And that's fine, because at the end of the day, it becomes my job and it's her job, because at the end of the day, it falls in her lap and my lap. But know that we don't just arrive at the meeting. We deliberate for hours and hours, and we go back and forth for so long on so many items before anything comes here, because we always want to be sure that that is what's done. And that's the kind of manager we have right now. And I do think it's important you all to know that. I do owe the manager an apology on the record. I told her that I would give it to her on the record. She didn't ask me for it, but there was a meeting, I don't recall the meeting right now, where I accused her of laughing on the record, but she wasn't laughing. She was actually in the middle of sending me a text message that was quite funny, that had nothing to do with the meeting. It was a conversation we had earlier, and I thought she was laughing at what I was saying, and I believe I called her out. But then when hindsight, when I looked at the text messages and the next day we spoke about it, so I told her I would apologize on the record, because she was not laughing at what I was saying. But then again, she was so gracious, she never even made a comment, but we talked about it the next day, because I think the one thing that our relationship has grown is that when we don't agree on everything, we talk about everything and we talk through everything. Because I have learned one thing, and that is, and when you're the mayor and you're the manager, it's always better when you have a really good relationship. I come from an era where Mayor Black, and may she rest in peace, and Jason Walker, it was very bad here. When Mayor Davis was here, I mean, everything was great, but I never wanted to have that kind of relationship where I read on the record a letter that I wanted to fire anybody. So, I mean, I say all that to say that take the time, if you have not, to give her the review. Take the time to really be honest and say, hey, like, what about this? Like, why didn't you do that better? Why can't we do this better? I know that a lot of us, or all of us, and every resident wants to judge Cristia on Hurricane Irma. And it's not fair to do that. I will tell you, we have long and very hard conversations about Hurricane Irma, because while we worked the hardest and while we worked the most honest, no one will ever acknowledge that until the day we get our money. And the day that we get our money, no one will ever say thank you. It'll never come out in the paper. It'll never be glorified in any way. It's kind of like right up there when everybody thought Omar Nickerson was this big bad person, but then when he was completely acquitted, no one ever mentioned anything. It's kind of like, we all thought that the Herald's so bad to talk about all of us, but when the Village had a big win, no one ever talked about it. And that's okay. It comes to the territory, but don't judge Cristia because of Hurricane Irma. Instead, I encourage you, and in fact, I called Norman today, and then I forgot why I called him. We talked about another matter, because I have a recommendation that I'm going to be making, and if he agrees with me, then you will be getting a call from either Norman or Cristia or their clerk. So I'm going to make a recommendation about Hurricane Irma, but I won't discuss that at the moment. But don't allow yourself to be judged on just Hurricane Irma. Instead, really ask the hard questions and ask her hey, you know what? Clearly some things could have been done better. Like, what are we looking to do better for the next disaster? I mean, those are the kind of real questions that need to be asked, because that's the truth. So I thank you for your patience. I thank you for your ability to learn. I thank you for your ability to be open and gracious in times that, maybe we have not been so gracious and open. And I do believe that you have really moved the Village in different ways that I believe it needed to get. It needed to get there, and we're here. But we still have a lot to grow, and I do believe the Village will continue to grow, and I believe the Village will do very well, because I do believe at the end there is a lot of really good people that actually really care about this Village, and I think that they in the end will always come forward and move and work and root for all those that know that they will do the same thing. So that's my 2 cents about Cristia. So as Councilperson Roman said, to me, it's not about whether or not she deserves it or has earned it. To me, it's more about, let's have this conversation when we have real black and white numbers that we can make more educated decision on the way forward for our employees.
Thank you,
Um,
Mayor, for those words. Thank you.
No problem. No, I meant them. No, I don't have to thank me. I thank you. So I do have Ibis. I'm going to pull you in real quick. I want to get through the agenda, but I will. We're only an agenda item H1. We're going to have to probably extend this meeting, but Ibis, did you want to come forward real quick? And you have 2 minutes. We're going to try to stick to those 2 minutes. State your name and address for the record.
Ibis Garcia, 500 Northwest 87th Street. I just wanted to first say thank you for postponing that until September on Ms. Alu's possible bonus or possible raise, because honestly now is not the time. Like we've spoken over and over again, there's a whole lot that needs to be figured out, including the budget. I feel really glad that you are all committed to looking at a different way, looking at the budget in another set of eyes and from another perspective, basically, that where you can get creative. From hearing the numbers going back and forth, I think there's a whole lot of opportunities there that can happen all the way around from all the different departments. And by the time that the budget is figured out, I think you can really discuss Ms. Alu's options, because from being here long enough that I have been through a few village managers, I have seen the difference in the village. I am guilty of not responding to the managers as I should on things that I promise that I don't always get through. And it happened with both managers. So don't take any offense if I haven't responded, Ms. Alu, on something that I was supposed to send, because I also did it with Mr. Walker, not on purpose. But I do see the difference in the village, and I do think she's done an excellent job at how the village has moved over the years. I remember when we were having those meetings about the hiring process for her, because she was temporary, and she had been temporary for such a long period of time that I actually fought for the fact that she should have had a contract to have a standing point, to have a foundation to work on. If her performance and what she's done, and the village is the one that has to judge that, is up to par to receiving something that can be put in the budget, I fully agree that you guys should look at that, because she has done an excellent job. And like I said, compared to the previous situations that we had, I have seen the difference, and I do agree. And sometimes we don't let the people representing us know enough of what they're doing for us. But I do appreciate what I am paying attention, even if I'm not here. I am watching and listening, and I appreciate each and every one of you for what you're doing for the village. And I think that's the most important part. And if you're doing that job and you feel that it's good to recognize, that's monetarily, a cost of living is necessary, I think, year after year. It's unfortunately, Miami is a very expensive city. But if you can look in the budget and you can fit it into that, look at the percentage point as a raise or a bonus option if she's open to it. I'm sure that's something that you all can work out. And that's it. Thank you.
So back to the council, we are moving this agenda item to our September council meeting, which will be after the second budget hearing. That's correct, right?
Madam Mayor, do we need a motion, a yay or nay, or are we good?
To the attorney? I don't think so, but I mean, because there was.
No, it's just, the way it's agendaed, it seems more like a discussion. There's really not an action item there. So you can just go ahead and basically continue the discussion in September.
My only thing I would add to that, and Norman, you can correct me wrong if I'm wrong, is that to the chair of admin and finance, if you choose to want to make more than a discussion to vote on it, you may want to identify that accordingly on the agenda.
Yeah, no problem. We'll make sure that happens. Thank you, Member.
Okay. Well, H2 is also you. I know that we have a resolution on the record on the meeting to go out for either a letter of intent and RFQ. So H2, attorney RFP, did you want to talk about that?
Get started. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So I'm going to walk through really quickly kind of how we got here. So what happened was that we first, when it came to the attorney, can you guys see this? So this was the initial one. So this was the one that the village manager put together. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's detailed. It's pretty much everything that, you know, what the attorney would have to do based on like our charter. So it's really detailed. It goes through everything that the attorney is like, would have to do, all the the job requirements and things like that. Pretty much based off the charter. So it's detailed like it is in the charter. And it gets down to the end, and that's where she has the page where you know, here it is. You know, where we have the contact information, all that type of stuff. So that was the one that the village manager came up with. After that, in a different committee meeting, what happened was that councilperson Roman, she went to Biscayne. She went to Biscayne Park and she grabbed theirs. And so, stop sharing that. Let me start. I think I have to share the screen with the other one. She went to Biscayne Park and grabbed theirs. And so then she presented this at a different meeting, a different administration finance meeting. So it was Biscayne Park. And so, you know, she was just saying basically how theirs was more simple. It wasn't as long. And you know, Biscayne Park's comparable village. So, and then all these things, you guys, all these documents were in your packet with the meeting packet. And so this was basically the Biscayne Park one. The only thing that I did was, like I took out this first part, the Biscayne Park is, you know, a scenic Miami village. I took out that part. I went straight to job requirements, and everything else is pretty much verbatim. I just changed because every time they have a commission, they say village commission, I changed the village council on ours. I just changed that, and that was about it. I changed, commission to council. I added up here where it says professional administrative, I added legal, the word legal up there. There was nothing else that I really changed. There was nothing else that I changed on this. Let me see. Right here where it says, must have knowledge of labor relations, I just said, I made it into a full sentence. The village attorney shall demonstrate knowledge. Instead of must have, I put the village attorney shall demonstrate knowledge. When I changed that, what else? A couple little things like where it says here, right here where it says must be skilled, I put the applicant must be skilled, just little changes like that. What else? Like for example, right here, it says, right here, it says performance of professional. So it starts off with a sentence right here, performance of professional duties and functions as may be required by charter, ordinance, resolution, or by the commission. That's not a full sentence. To say performance of professional duties and functions as may be required by charter, ordinance, resolution, or by the commission. What about the performance of professional duties and functions as may be required? Like what about it? So like stuff like that, I took like, that's not a full sentence, so I just took it out. Just things like that or whatever. But everything else is verbatim, you guys, and I'll show you guys that one right now. Second. So Norman, if you looked at the document shared for this meeting, he probably saw that right here it says 75,000, and he was probably like, "Man, they're lowering the the attorney price." It's not that. The Biscayne Park one said 75,000. I didn't know how much you guys wanted me to change. I don't want to change anything that was like big on it. So I left everything pretty much the same and just changed, like I said, the little grammatic errors and things like that I found on Biscayne Parks. But this can be, you know, changed, and you know what I mean? It can be changed. Look, it can be changed right there. There you go. It can be changed right there, 96, whatever it is. So don't think that I wrote this saying like this was my proposal to have it at this price or anything like that, because if that was the case in the budget workshop, I would have said it there, you know? So, yeah, you guys have the original that Christina came up with, that the committee, you know, and Vamari might want to speak on this, thought was a little bit, you know, long. You have this, which is the much more simpler version, ripped directly from Biscayne Park and just changed to fit. You know, we don't have a commission, we have a council and things like that. That's the only difference, you guys. Nothing big was changed as far as that goes. I don't know if you guys had a chance to read over it, but so essentially, I put Christia's information here. Essentially, Christia, actually, this part right here, I ripped from yours. I took that part from yours right there, all that information right there. But you guys essentially have those two options, which is like the original that Christia came up with, the manager, which is a longer version, like just like the charter pretty much as far as like the job descriptions and explaining that. And you have this version, which Councilperson Roman more brought to us when she brought to us the Village Park one as an example. And that's exactly what I use for that. So Madam Mayor, I don't know where you want to take the conversation from that point on.
No, I think you have presented to the council an opportunity to give their opinion on this. And as I said, there is a resolution on the meeting for directing how to move forward with this either RFQ or letter of intent. So the council can make the decision right now so that there's a directive so that when we move forward, or you can have the discussion when we move forward to the resolution. But either way, it's going to have to be had. So you do it now, or you can do it when we talk about it at the resolution. I think that they.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may.
I think the chair's presented two viable options. Yes, Councilperson.
Okay.
Roman.
So the reason for the other one was very lengthy. There were a lot of mistakes in there, and my first, what was raised was this position reports to the council, and everywhere it had the village manager. And so that's really what prompted, and then that's when I looked into what other municipalities do. I had heard when we were first considering that we were going to part ways with our previous law firm, that an RFQ, a letter of intent, I'm sorry, not an RFQ, a letter of intent is what normally is sent out. This was shared by other attorneys that I met in Tallahassee and through the League of Cities. And so having that knowledge, I decided to look to see what our neighboring villages, communities do. And that's how I got a hold of the village of Biscayne Park, because I believe in the time they had just sent out a letter of intent. Anyhow, so that's where I brought that over to the committee so that we can take a look at that. It's very simple. It's just, at that point, then of course the details can be negotiated once we have the attorney's intentions of moving forward. We can take a look then and then tell them what exactly we need based on a contract. Then we would enter a contract, which is what where most of the information that was on that long, lengthy document would go into. It would be a contract. And so my only other thing with the revised letter of intent that the Vice Mayor has presented is that it still has the village manager. I would like to see that going to the clerk. And so because this is a position that reports to the council, I would like for the council to receive all the letter of intentions that are received. I don't think that it should be, the manager's duty to look through them and to decide who we're going to see. I think that we need to be presented with every single one of them, and that needs to go through the office of the clerk so that the clerk has it as a public records, and she sends every single one of them to us.
Yes, absolutely. That was something that I saw on that contract. I was like, well, if it's something that reports straight to the council, why would they have the managers, involvement on this? Yeah, I agree. Definitely. I mean, as an advice, it'll be great, Christia. But having,
No, it was only there because I was asked to draft something. It was
okay,
a draft
perfect.
for you all, per your request, but it, didn't give any direction. I just put my name on it because I drafted it, that's all. But I understand that it is your position and you should be the ones who get, you know, these proposals.
And you did, I'm sorry, you did, I didn't mean to talk out of line, but you did do what was asked from you from the committee. And so the committee just was not very specific as to what you should do or the recommendation. So our apologies on behalf of the committee. I'm going to be, as the vice chair of the committee, I'm going to apologize in that regard because you did spend some time on that. So however, you know, I do believe that in moving forward, it needs to go to the clerk and then it needs to come directly to us.
Vice Mayor Nickerson?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I want to point out something really quickly that I know a lot of people, like it continues to come up over and over and over. So let me just show you guys this. Where's it at? So in the one that I ripped off Biscayne Park, it does say in here, you guys, this continues to come up. It does say in here because the whole thing about all-inclusive continues to come up. Over here, it does say duties include coordinating with outside counsel. That is part of the job description, you guys. So even with Biscayne Park, and if you think that I put that in myself, let's do this. Let's go to Biscayne Parks. Even in Biscayne Park, it says, like I said, I didn't change anything on Biscayne Parks. It says right here, duties include, so part of the job description, you guys, of the attorney is duties include coordinating with outside counsel regarding litigation on behalf of the village. So right there, that kind of shows everybody with the whole question of all-inclusive and just how inclusive is all-inclusive. Even in Biscayne Parks, it says that part of the duties of the attorney is to coordinate with outside counsel regarding litigation. So I think by that line, it kind of says what, in a way, what Attorney Powell was saying, where is that even though there are so many things that they do, there might be things that they don't specialize in, and therefore part of their duty is to coordinate with outside counsel, you guys. So that just goes to show that sometimes there will be outside counsel. And so, Madam Mayor, because I know that whole thing with all-inclusive continues to come up, and what's that all about, and like how is that? If you guys get a chance to read through this, they do go through a lot of different litigation, you guys, municipal law, code, civil code enforcement, land use, zoning, the attorney should know about, labor relations, legislative interpretation, and different things. Even down here, they go through more things. But they do say, though, just to put that to rest, as far like, you know, just to let everybody know that even other municipalities, they also, their attorneys are quote unquote all-inclusive, but they still have to go to coordinate with outside litigation when needed. Just wanted to make that clear, that it's in there, and it comes from the...
I have a question with the letter of intent, and I know you glanced over it quickly. Does it also indicate there the attorney not only attends the council meetings, but also the committee meetings? Does it have that on there?
Yes, indeed, Madam Mayor. It definitely has that on there. As a matter of fact, which one is this? This is, hold on a second. As a matter of fact, in the if you go to the end, I even added town halls was not in their original one. Biscayne Park did not have this town halls. The attorneys are required to attend all scheduled council meetings and all special and emergency meetings that comes from Biscayne Park as they are called. Additionally, the attorney must attend all committee meetings. Also, the attorney may be asked to attend quasi-judicial board meetings, plus other village meetings, town halls, and events. I put that part in there because sometimes we do have town halls and we do have events that we may want an attorney to attend. So I did put that last line in there. So that's in there.
Okay, so the Biscayne Park attorney doesn't that wasn't on there, so they don't, that attorney doesn't attend committee meeings.
No, and they didn't have committee meetings. They just said quasi-judicial board. And in parentheses, they had code enforcement. So I'm assuming that, I don't know if their residents sit on that instead of the actual committee members in Biscayne Park, but they had that under quasi judicial board. They had code enforcement under that.
Okay.
So
All right, I'm going to go to the council because I want to keep moving with the agenda because this is an item that we're going to be discussing on later in a resolution. But Councilperson Urban, you have your hand up.
I did, but we can talk about it at the next item. I'm basically repeating what either I've said or other people have already said, so we can move on.
Okay, so if it's all okay, this is just an item for discussion. We are voting on this evening, and we can just solidify that when we vote on the resolution. Are we all okay with that? No? Yes? Okay, perfect. All right, great. Juan, are you still with us? We're going to move on to resolutions and ordinances. Resolution 2020-10. This is the second reading for our fence ordinance. If I can please have the attorney read it on the record.
Okay. An ordinance of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 24 Zoning and Land Development Code, Section 24-8.15, subsection G, walls, fences, and hedges standards, Z3, providing for updated specific regulations, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for repealer, providing for codification, and an effective date.
Okay, thank you. I'll get a motion for discussion. I'll ask for discussion after I get a motion. Is there a motion to adopt ordinance 2020-10? Second reading for the fence ordinance?
A motion to adopt 2020-10 second reading for the fence ordinance, Madam Mayor.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Who is that? A Councilperson Urban?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, discussion. So we can have some background on this, please, Juan?
Certainly. Good evening, all. I will keep it very brief since you guys have seen this already. I highlighted this for so that we can go fast. Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
All right. So we're going to go very quickly and painlessly, and I will stop if you have any questions. This first ordinance is just making some modifications to the code based on the comments that we received from the stakeholders. As you can see here, everything that, as it's normal, everything that's highlighted is added to the code. Everything that's stricken is taken or is proposed to be taken out from the code. Again, you've seen this before, but I'll go over it very quickly. This basically is to improve the conditions for privacy fences in the back, and I can show you in a little bit more detail in a second. I'm sorry. Was that a question?
No, that was somebody that's not muted. Sorry.
Essentially, what we are doing is adding more information about the privacy fences. We are taking the vinyl, the PVC, out of the front fences and allowing it in the privacy fences. The code basically is then strengthened by these definitions, and I can go over it over here. I have this is as far as your notes go. I have here the staff report that shows in a little bit more detail what these things look like. Essentially, the blue line, this is a typical lot. The blue line represents those privacy fences that happen in the side and the rear, and the orange and the green are the front fences. So the regular hedge or wall would be 6 feet in the interior. The privacy fences would also be 6 feet tall maximum, and they would run up to the edge of the building on the back. And then the ones in the front are not changing, but we're putting this for reference for you. I'll stop there. Again, I'm trying to keep it very brief, but if you have questions, I'll stop and answer.
Thank you, Juan. Do any members of the committee have a question for Juan? All right, hold on, did I see any? No. See none. Okay, I'll open up briefly to the attendees. Any questions on our second reading for the fence ordinance? All right, see none. If there's no discussion, Eunice, can I please have roll call for ordinance 2020-10?
Roll call. Councilperson Perrella.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Councilperson Roman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cubillos.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you all, and thank you, Juan. Juan, do not go so far. We're now, we have moved I-9 up. So now we have ordinance 2020-14, amendment to the form-based code. If I can please have the attorney read it onto the record.
An ordinance of the mayor and village council of the village of El Portal, Florida, amending portions of chapter 24, appendix B of the El Portal form-based code, section 24-B.15, article 10, definition of terms, section 24-21, signs, etc. Section 24-B17, zone 5, Z5, urban center. G, special regulations, subsection 3, medical marijuana treatment centers, medical marijuana dispensaries. Article 4, Table 1, minimum off-street parking requirements. Article 3, general regulations, section 24-17, parking and on-site traffic. Section 24-B15, zone 3, subsection Z3, section 24-B17, zone 5, Z5, urban center, section 24-B.17, zone 5, Z5, urban center. Article 4, Table 1, minimum off-street parking requirements, providing for inclusion in the Village of El Portal, Florida Code of Ordinances, providing that village officials are authorized to take action, providing for codification, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
All righty, I'm going to ask for a motion. Then, of course, I'm going to ask Juan to give some clarity and in lay terms. So is there a motion from the council to adopt ordinance 2020-14? And for the record, this is the first reading.
Madam Mayor, I'll make the motion to adopt 2020, is it 14, 13?
14.
Yeah, 2020-14 for the record.
Okay. Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Is there a second?
I will second.
Second by Councilperson Roman. There's a motion to adopt ordinance 2020-14, amendments to the form-based code on a first reading. May I please have Juan give us some explanation?
Yes. Again, in my screen, you have basically what you have in front of you. I have highlighted and made some notes for your convenience and clarification. The first part is section 2. It's adding in the definition of terms an open space type, which is one is active and one is passive. This came from an application that we heard. And so it's adding anything, it's not striking anything from the code. The second part, which is signs, is just concurrency with the rest of the code. So changing RSF, for instance, which is from the old code into the zones, zone 4, zone 5, etc. We're taking out a couple of things which are, again, bringing, taking the code back up to par with the rest of it. Section 4, medical marijuana. This is just this word that we're adding there so that it reads drawing a straight line between the closest point, and that is referring to the 1,000 feet required distance required from a school or from another dispensary, etc. So again, this is just this one word that was missing. In terms of parking, it's very simple. We're taking it up to industry standards. The old code had 19 feet. We are at 9 feet by 19 feet. We're changing that to 8.5 to 18.5, which again is industry standard. So that's we're changing that here in section 6. And then finally, the one that I guess is you may have more questions about, because it affects a larger area in the municipality. It's with regards to the parking area for the Z3 for the single family lots. The one thing that Madam Mayor, I was hoping I could explain this before there was a motion, but we've added something that was requested during P&Z, which was to change our original proposal that passed at P&Z, and it passed with a condition to change this wording and add the word permeable to this definition. So if you make a motion, of course you can do it without, but this was what was approved at P&Z to add. We were asked to add this word to it. You don't have it in your packet, but I'm having it here. So, what we could do is make a motion, if you so desire, make a motion with that one change. And again, this is a clarification recommended by PNC. And finally, again, basic changes, a clarification based on an application. This was with regards to the distance between two different driveways. We saw that in the Cavista. And finally, this one we also saw based on the parking requirements for the potential school that was going to go in place of the sanctuary. And that's it for that. I will answer any questions you may have.
Okay, great, thank you. Does the council have any questions for Juan? Just any hands? I can't see. All right, I don't see any
Madam
hands.
Mayor, if I may, sorry, it took me a while to get unmuted. I do remember where we talked about adding the word permeable. I'm just wondering, I completely have forgotten, and I don't understand why we didn't get that in the packet.
I don't know, but what I can tell you is that it's a simple change that we can make that modification if it's voted that way, and this still needs a second reading, so we can have a clean packet with the word permeable and everything written properly for your second reading.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Are there any questions from the council to Juan? Any hands? Okay, this is just this is a first reading, and we will do a friendly amendment if that's what the attorney recommends, and adopt the word permeable, even though it's not what we have in our packet, but it's what we'll have for the second reading. All right, hold on, I see a hand up. Who is it? Councilperson Perla?
Yes, about the signage, it's clear, it's 12 square footage is pretty much standard, be 3x4, something like that. And you're talking about monuments like
No. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is just a cleanup for these, what I have highlighted. We're not changing anything from the existing code.
Oh, okay.
You have the rest of the text for your reference.
Okay.
But what's stricken is what we're taking out. What is underlined is what we're adding.
Okay.
Anything else is not modified at all.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Sorry to interrupt. I just didn't want to.
Okie dokie. Any other questions from the council to Juan? All right, seeing none, I'll briefly close the council meeting, open it up to public comments. Any questions on this ordinance? All right, seeing none, I'll open it up back to the council meeting. To the attorney, we have a motion on the table. Do we need to do a friendly amendment to it, or can we adopt it as is?
Yeah, just make a motion to adopt the ordinance for first reading with the Scrivener's change that was mentioned to the word permeable.
Okay, perfect. So there is a motion made by Vice Mayor Nickerson, and second by Councilperson Roman to adopt this ordinance with not adding the Scrivener's error made that we've just been brought out to us to add the word permeable. Is that correct?
That's fine.
Any discussion from the council? All right, seeing none, may I please have roll call? This is a first reading. Do we have our clerk on?
Councilperson Perella.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes. Right, muted.
No,
Councilperson Roman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Mayor Cubillos.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you all, and thank you, Juan.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you, and Camila. Have a good night. Now we have I3, which was I2 ordinance 2020-11, which is the second reading for the restating of the financing agreement. If I can please have the attorney read it into the record.
An ordinance of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, approving the execution and delivery of an amended and restated financing agreement, providing for the rights, securities, and remedies for the owner of the note, making certain covenants and agreements in connection therewith, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
All right, so we have before the second reading, which is the ordinance 2020-11, the restatement of the financing agreement. If I can please have an emotion so we can have a discussion.
Madam Mayor, I'll motion for the second reading for the restate finance agreement.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Roman. I will now ask the manager to bring in our bond attorney as well as our banker, I believe has been on, to
Yes.
go ahead and lead the council with more information.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we have bond counsel Jalinda Herring, who's present, who's worked on this with our banker, Rafael Barrero with Synovus Bank. As you all know, this item is the modification and renewal of our line of credit for the payment of our Hurricane Irma expenses through the debris hauler in the amount of $1.25 million. I have both bond counsel and the bank here. Bond counsel Herring, please take the floor. You can discuss with you can discuss this with the audience and the members of the council.
Okay, great. This evening you have before you the second reading of the ordinance, which approves the extension of the line of credit which you have related to the Hurricane Irma expenses for another 364 days. At that point, it would mature again. And so we are amending and restating that financing agreement that you currently have in place, as well as changing the interest rate on the loan. And so we're asking for approval to be able to move forward. If this is approved tonight, we will be signing all the documents and getting everything closed tomorrow because your existing loan matures tomorrow on the 29th. So we just want to make sure we don't have any gaps. I don't know if the bank wants to add something. Raphael, are you still there?
I'm here. No, nothing to add. You covered it all.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to make one correction. The rate itself changes is mostly because the floor on the loan has changed, whereas the current floor on the loan is 4.35. It is now dropped at 2.8, which the town is taking full advantage of.
Does the council have any questions for either Jalinda or for the banker? Councilperson Urban? Oh, I thought you were unmuting yourself. Okay. Vice Mayor Nickerson, Perella, any questions? All right, I'll open up briefly to the for public comments on this particular resolution. All right, seeing none. To Raphael, and just for the record, I know this is second reading. Please just remind us, if it's all possible, the savings that the village will have from this year to last year based on the refinancing.
Currently, the city's paying, the village is paying $4,635. I just calculated that your payments will now drop down to $2,917, and that's meeting the floor. And that's a savings of $1,718 per month for every month that this loan is outstanding.
So it's a savings of $1,700 a month.
$1,718 to be exact.
Okay. Any other questions from the members of the council to either the any attorney or Raphael or the manager? All right, seeing none, can I get roll call, please?
Roll call, Councilperson Perella.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Councilperson Roman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Mayor Cubillos.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, bond counsel and banker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jolinda.
Our pleasure. Good night.
Thank you,
Good
Reverend. All right, so I3 and I4 have been removed. We're going to go into I5, Resolution 2020, which, yes, I5, it's Resolution 2020-21, ad valorem tax. If I can please have the attorney read it into the record.
A resolution of the Mayor and Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, Miami-Dade County, Florida, proposing the levying of ad valorem taxes of 9.3 mils for the Village of El Portal of Miami-Dade County for fiscal year 2020-2021, noting the estimated rollback rate and percentage increase, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Okay, so this is Resolution 2020-21 to adopt the ad valorem tax rate at a millage rate of 9.3. For discussion, is there a motion to consider adoption?
Madam Mayor, I believe we're all against this, but do we have to make a motion to at least open it up and then discuss about the rate? Or do we just not make a motion, let this die, and then come back with a motion with a different rate?
Before the CFO speaks, if there is no motion or a second, that this resolution would die, and then they would propose for the rollback rate. But if the CFO wants to say something, you may.
Well, yeah, we had actually discussed having one of two resolutions adopted. The one that's on the agenda, as you noticed, for 9.3. I suggest you amend it to be 8.3, which is the current rate. We're not proposing to go down to the rollback rate, which would reduce the millage rate because the property tax values increased. So the millage rate would be proposed because the budget that you worked on was for 8.3 mils. You didn't want that extra mill. And the 8.3 is 9.38% greater than the rollback rate. So I think all you really need to do is amend this to 8.3 mils, and we can just go with that.
That's right.
That is correct.
And we can eliminate the section, the first sentence in section 3.
So so thank you. So with that said, to the attorney, can we go ahead and make the those changes? And I'll ask the council for a motion with those amendments.
So so whoever the maker of the motion is going to simply state that a motion to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, Miami-Dade County, Florida, proposing the levying of ad valorem taxes of 8.3 mils for the Village of El Portal of Miami-Dade County for fiscal year 2021, noting the estimated rollback rate and percentage increase, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Okay, perfect. Yes. Is there an additional paragraph and the whereas that must be amended also along with this?
Well, I think the whereases are okay. I think you want to amend section 3 so that the proposed operating millage rate is 9.38% greater than the rollback rate of 7.5882. And just eliminate that second sentence. Oh, and section 2 needs to change to 8.3 from 9.3 as well.
So once we're done with all of the corrections and updates, can you just go through them one more time, and then I'll ask a member of the council for a motion to accept that resolution 2020-21 with those changes exactly?
All right, do you want me or Norman to do that?
I'm actually pulling it up now and trying to plug in what we just discussed so that we don't have to wait. So if you just bear with me a second. Section 3 states that the proposed operating millage rate is 22.56% greater. So the new would that remain the same?
No, it's going to be, that's going to change to 9.38%.
9.38%. And then when I'm finished, I'll put this on the screen. Greater than the rollback rate of 7.5882 mils, is that correct?
Yes, and then you would just delete that next sentence.
Okay.
And then up in section 2, you want to change that from 9.3 to 8.3.
Okay.
And then in the title as well, but
I did that. All right, so let me just go ahead and share this with everyone so that everyone can see that what the actual resolution is going to look like that's being proposed and presumably second. Give me 1 second. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So the title is amended with the 8.3 mils. Section 2 reflects the 8.3 mils, and Section 3 has the operating millage rate at 9.38%, greater than the rollback rate of 7.5882 mils, and the second sentence was deleted.
All right, so section 3, the proposed operating millage rate is 9.38. That just went bye-bye.
Oh, I'll put it back up. Oh, sorry. There you go.
Can you make it a little bigger, please?
Let's see.
All right, for purposes on the record, what has changed is on the title. On the title, what has changed is from 9.3 is gone back to 8.3 millage, which is what has been our millage rate since 2011. And then on section 3, if you can go down a little, the proposed operating millage rate is 9.38, greater than the rollback rate of 7.5882 mils, which that was the millage rate back in 2010. And then anything else changed?
No, that's, well, the second sentence in section 3 was deleted because of the change.
Okay, so then section 2 also says the fiscal year 2020-21 proposed operating millage rate is 8.3, which is the same as that it has been for the several years now. And their proposed operating millage rate is 9.938, greater than the rollback rate of 7.5882 mils. Okay, so
So to simplify it, one of the council persons can just make a motion to adopt the proposed resolution that's before you now.
Okay, so if I can have a motion from a member of the council to adopt the resolution that is on the screen right now, which indicates that the millage rate will not change and it'll be back to 8.3, which is what it has been for the last several since 2011.
I'll motion to approve resolution 2020-21 that is shared with us now on the screen.
There's a motion made by Councilperson Oberon to adopt 2020-21, which is currently being shared on the screen, which reflects 8.3 millage. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Perola. Is there any discussion from the members of the council? All right, seeing none, I'll open it up briefly to the members in the audience. Is there a question from a members of the audience to either the CFO, members of the council, the attorney, or the manager? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go back to the council meeting. Members of the council, any questions to the attorney, the manager, or the CFO? All right, seeing none, there's a motion to adopt 2020-21 to reflect the 8.3 millage ad valorem tax. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Perella.
Yes.
Councilperson Erba.
Yes.
Councilperson Roman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Mayor Cubillos.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Now we have resolution number 2020-22, non-ad valorem. If I could please have the attorney read it into the record.
1 second. A resolution of the Mayor and Village Council of the Village of El Portal of Miami-Dade County, Florida, tentatively adopting the rate for solid waste and recycling services in the Village of El Portal as indicated in Attachment A, imposing solid waste and recycling assessment for property located within the Village of El Portal for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2020, tentatively approving the rate of assessment for the budget for fiscal year 2020-2021, and directing the village manager to forward a copy of this resolution to Miami-Dade County Property Appraiser Office, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. For discussion, may I have a motion to adopt resolution 2020-22, the non-ad valorem?
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-22, which is the non-ad valorem.
A motion's been made by Vice Mayor Nickerson, and is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Urban. All right, there is a motion to potentially adopt resolution 2020-22, non-ad valorem. If I can please open it up to the manager and CFO for discussion.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, this before you is for the solid waste and recycling that the village does. We are in the process of a request for proposals for solid waste, and that item or that RFP won't close until early August. So we don't know what the rate will be just yet. So we're erring on the side of something a little bit more and hoping that it'll be less. But we are in a situation where we have to change our existing contract and open this up for a request for proposal. So we ask that you consider that and know that we will be seeking out the best services we can get. And we will keep value in mind as well as we make those that presentation to the council, who will ultimately decide on who is to receive the award of our solid waste contract. And I don't know if the CFO has anything he wants to add, but feel free. You're okay?
Well, I just add and emphasize that you can lower it, but not raise it. So because of the circumstances, it's prudent to, set it this high, and hopefully, God willing, you'll get good rates.
Right.
Okay. Is there any questions from the council to the manager or the CFO? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and add into public comments. Are there any comments from the audience, the attendees on resolution 2020-22? All right, seeing none, I'll open it up back to the council. Any questions before I request roll call? All right, seeing none, may I please have roll call, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Perrella.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Councilperson Roman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Mayor Cubillos.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next, thank you. Next, we have Resolution 2020-17, the Federal Aviation Modified Flight Plan. If I can please have the attorney read it into the record.
A resolution of the Mayor and Village Council of El Portal, Florida, urging the Federal Aviation Administration to modify flight paths and altitudes imposed by NextGen Air Transportation to pre-NextGen and providing for an effective date.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution for discussion 2020-17?
A motion to adopt resolution 2020-17.
Motion's been made by Councilperson Urban. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Perrella. As background information, we all received an email from several residents down the Northeast Corridor with regards to the flight plan change that has been potentially proposed. We and most of the cities on the Northeast Corridor, in which we will be impacted, having more flights, cargo planes and aircrafts go over all of our homes. is what they're leaning towards. However, the resolution that all of the Northeast Corridor cities have done is to propose that the flight plan goes out to the ocean as opposed to over all of our homes. So I don't know if all of you have been seeing the emails. I know that I've participated in some of the Monday night calls. And I know that several or some members of the residents have also participated in some of those calls just to get more information. And I believe also that the manager in her weekly manager association meetings, they've also been tackling it from their end with regards to having more of a voice on the federal level in the hopes that we can sway them from making this decision, which will really essentially hurt our home values and just sort of quality of life. So if you have any questions, I'll answer to the best of my ability, but I know this is a resolution that came forward that I felt the residents and all of us would be amenable to accepting and passing. Any questions? All righty, seeing none, I'll open it up to public comments on resolution 2020-17. Going once, sorry. Seeing none, may I please have roll call?
Roll call. Councilperson Farrella.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes.
Councilperson Roman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Mayor Cubillos.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Now we have resolution number 2020-24, legal services RFP/attorney. If I can please have the attorney read it into the record.
A resolution of the Elk Park Town, Florida Village Council instructing and authorizing the village clerk to advertise a request for qualifications for village attorney, legal services, and providing for effective date.
Okay, thank you. As we move forward with discussion on this and to solidify it, we have a motion to adopt the resolution 2020-24.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2020-24.
I'll second.
A second by, a motion's been made by Vice Mayor Nickerson, second by Councilperson Roman. Let's open it up for discussion. There are questions from the commission, the council. The one thing that I would ask, and I don't know, is this would be the time as we move forward with the adopting of this resolution to identify if it's the letter of intent or if it's going to be the RFQ and the time frame and the dates. I would like to see that happen as well. Any other questions or comments from the members of the council?
Yes, I thought we were voting on the letter of intent, which is what I would move forward with.
Okay. Is there? I don't have the resolution. Is the verbiage on the letter of excuse me, the resolution that we have before us, the verbiage of adding letter of intent on there, is it on there? I'm gonna ask Omar Nickerson, Vice Mayor Nickerson, that.
I know on Christie, is this a letter of intent? Able to.
So do you have the resolution? Can you bring forward the resolution?
Sorry. Yeah, you just open up. I just have to open up the. Does the attorney have it in front of him? Because if not, I can open.
Yeah, I can share it. 1 second.
I can open my email real quick and bring it out.
Can you see it? Are you able to see it?
Not yet.
How about now?
It's coming.
There you go. This is for RFQ, it seems to be, Madam Mayor. Authorizing a request for qualifications.
I mean, it is an RFP process, but we should probably just put in there letter of intent. The only thing that changes is the document we're using. And I think the date, I see the date on there, which is August 14th. 14 days.
Madam Mayor, I have a question. If you guys are going to direct me, I need to know what it is because this did not come through admin and finance. So I don't know. You're going to direct me. You need to let me know.
Just give us a minute. Just give us a minute. Yeah, just give us a minute because I actually just realized that we actually all right. Okay, sorry. I have to bring up something to the council that we just realized that we didn't do, but it has nothing to do with this. Okay. To the chair, yes, Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes, well, that was Councilperson Urban has his hand up.
Oh, sorry, I don't have that screen in front of me. Okay, Councilperson Urban.
I was just gonna ask for one final clarification on why we're deciding letter of intent versus RFQ. I certainly am not an expert on that, and it's been some time since I know we had a very large discussion about what it should be, but if someone could just give us just a quick synopsis on why we're settling on letter of intent versus RFQ.
It's still an RFQ. It's just, we're still sending it out for an RFQ. It's just a letter of intent. And so that's been the practice, which is why I brought it up, to just send out a document stating we're looking for an attorney, and these are the requirements. And then going into a contract later on that is a little more lengthy and goes into, once we agree on the monies, and then we can go into a larger contract, which is what the other one was. It just spelled out way too much. People don't like to read. What we need to do is, this is what we're looking for. This is how much, it pays, or, the range. And then this is when we need it by. And this is what you're required to do. So you're required to attend all the council meetings. You're required to attend the committee meetings, and that's it.
So the letter of intent is not an official beginning of a contractual obligation. It's an extension of the RFQ?
Correct.
Or RFP, okay.
We're not going into a contract. We're just they're going to submit what they will, I guess, charge us, or, what their requirements are. And then we get to review all of them, and we get to negotiate. I mean, I don't think we've gotten that far as to, how we're going to, I guess we bring it to the council and then discuss them and say, okay, I like this one, or I like this one, and, decide how we're going to move forward.
Okay, and then the two before us, which one of these is it that the one with the 75,000 listed near the top with less header, that just begins the Village of El Portal announces recruitment for the following position. Is that right?
I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, so there's the two of them, right? So there's the initial that Christia put together that, some of us thought was too long. And then there's the other one that was, that, we kind of use the Biscayne Park one for an example. So those are the two choices for the full council, to decide on, because now we have Mayor Cabillos involved, and we have Councilperson Perella involved.
So under Urban, I'm sorry, it's named draft number 2, I believe. El Portal Village Attorney RFP draft number 2.
Draft number one was Christia's. Draft number 2 was the one that I used Vamari's example off of. That's why I named it like that.
I don't mind lengthy, but I'm good with draft number 2 as well.
I like both of them. For me, either one. I think Councilperson Roman might have a good point that maybe people don't want to read so much, but I like details, so I like Christia's also, but I also understand and appreciate the one that Councilperson Roman brought. So either one for me is good for you guys.
Okay, did we make a decision?
Well, Madam Mayor, we're still trying to, I mean, we haven't heard your voice yet on this, or Councilperson Corella, as far as which draft you like the best to use to go forward. You have draft number 1, which is the one that the manager came up with. It's more like how our charter reads. It's a little bit lengthy for some of us, and you have the other version to where Councilperson Roman used brought us the Biscayne Park example, and I used that for the template. So I haven't heard, we just haven't heard from you or Councilperson Corella as far as which draft that we think we're gonna go with.
You know, both serve as the purpose, and the purpose is that we need to go request out for a bid. I find that there are times that when you or we use an RFQ, which, well, I guess let me rephrase it. They're both, we're going out for a request for bid, a request for proposal, a request for a quote. When you put out a 20-page or 10-page, it may invite, you know, really big firms that think it's like this really big thing, you know, like, but so I think as long as the letter of intent is specific with our needs and is specific what we're looking for, at the end of the day, we all are going to decide together. So whether we go with a 10 to 15 or 20 page, or we go with a 5-page, you know, I think I'm inclined to say go with the less pages, but I think the content is more important than anything than what actually goes out. So from what you presented to us and from the homework that you have done, as well as Councilperson Roman, I'm okay with either documents. I'm okay with wherever direction the council goes. I think the most important is I think we've gotten here and we know that we want to move forward. You know, I think members of the committee, it's important what you all recommend, because members of the committee are seeing this month in and month out, and are talking about this month in and month out. And while we may watch the meetings, they may opine, we're not there throughout the whole meeting. So if this is the better avenue to go to option 1, I'm okay with that. If it's better to go option 2, I'm okay with that. I think the most important thing is just to let's make sure that it's ironclad in the verbiage, and let's just get it out.
I agree with that.
I mean, I don't know, it's getting kind of late. I know we're going to have to ask for a motion to extend the meeting pretty soon. I mean, for the shorter one, do you guys want to go through it really quickly? I can just read it really quickly. If you guys hear anything you want to change, or
Which is the one from Biscayne Park you're using, right? The example of it.
We went over it already. You went
Right.
over it during the discussion.
Yeah. I just didn't know. I'm just being trying to be safe and sorry.
I mean, unless somebody else wants to hear it again, but I think we all got the documents. We all had the opportunity to read them. And we also discussed it at the beginning of this meeting.
Yeah, the only thing I would have to change on the one Biscayne Park, the price,
the rate,
the annual rate would be the only
clerk.
thing. And the clerk, yes. Those would be the two changes.
Yeah, the rest, I just looked at the rest. So again, the rest does state the clerk, but the document didn't.
Yeah, those would be the only two changes.
So Councilperson Urban, do you have your hand raised?
No.
Okay, so what I would recommend from the council is you all have a motion to make, and there is a motion to adopt it. Do you have a motion to adopt the resolution? And if you are, is there any changes that you're going to make that's necessary to go on there? I would need that to be emphasized in the motion. And you may need to do a friendly amendment to the current. If you're going to change anything on the reso, I would need potentially a friendly amendment to the current amendment, the current motion.
I mean, I will go with a more specific one. Yeah, I know you guys are saying this, the less pages or less, wording or whatever. But
Okay, so let's do this. So how about a recommendation? There's a motion to adopt the resolution, right? But there's going to be some changes. So there's a motion. I think we need to make a vote on the motion, and then I want another motion with the changes. I think there's going to need to be some changes on the reso. Is that fine, Norman?
What?
On the resolution?
Yes, that's fine, but the resolution, says whatever's attached to it. So if the attachment's going to be the simpler, streamlined, one, or the longer one, that'll be the attachment to this.
Oh, okay, perfect. Can you put the resolution back up? Perfect. I didn't have it in front of me.
Now, Vice Mayor, did you edit the long form? Because there's a lot of mistakes on that long form.
Did not, I left the long form as is.
Okay, because there's a lot of mistakes on that long form. So if we are going to, I'm fine with either or. I'm just saying that the letter of intent, it spells everything out that's important. And if it doesn't seem to me, I mean, at admin and finance, we didn't edit that one, the long one. I started to a long time ago, but then I gave up because there was so much, and that's when I decided to bring that up. So if we're gonna move this forward now and we want to hurry up and get this out, then I recommend that we move forward with the shorter one, because that's the one that you edited, and then just put it out so that we're not having to wait. Because if then that's the case, if we go with the other one, then you're going to have to edit it, and then that's just going to be, you know, drawing out the process. So let's just get this done and send it out.
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I think on the resolution itself, the only thing that we were concerned about was the words letter of intent. As long as those words are added onto the resolution, that may be the only amendment as far as the resolution itself.
Yeah, but as I read it right now, it says, whereas the, no, I think what has to be is, whereas the village manager has presented for approval the attached request for qualification for village attorney legal services. I don't think that's an accurate sentence.
No.
So whereas the admin and finance was presented for approval, the letter of intent for village attorney legal services. That would be a little more accurate. And that's why I said, if that's going to happen, then there needs to be a motion to adopt the resolution, yes. And then there needs to be a friendly amendment to that motion to change the verbiage on this resolution that we all can change. Because it would reflect more of a reality. Whereas the village council has presented for approval the attached qualifications via letter of intent for village attorney legal services.
That works.
Norman, you have it up, Norman. If it's in Word, Norman.
Yeah, let me see if I can go and find
While
that one.
we're all doing that, it's 10:59. I need to pause for a moment. I need to ask for a motion or a vote so that we can continue the meeting. We're almost done.
I'll motion to continue the meeting.
Motion been made by Councilperson Roman. Is there a second?
Second that motion.
A second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? All right, hearing none, we continue. It's 11 o'clock.
I know that, Madam Mayor, Councilperson Erb, I think he was trying to come in.
Do you have your hand up?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. So we did work this through committee and fairly extensively. If we're saying that this letter of intent is just an extension of the RFQ process, then why are we changing the verbiage in this resolution? Am I not mistaken in thinking that a letter of intent is implying that you are only talking to people that you are soliciting, whereas an RFQ is an invitation to anyone who would see it to come? Is there not a significant difference here? I'm perfectly comfortable with the exact way that this resolution is worded. I don't think we need to change any wording whatsoever in this resolution.
Both means the same thing. It's presented differently because it's going to be put out there on a website. It's going to be out there publicized that we are looking for, we'll be interviewing attorneys. Whoever is going to apply is just going to read either the letter of intent or it's going to read the request for a proposal. So it's not going to be who anybody approaches. It's going to be a search. Like you're going to do a 2-week search. Both imply a 2-week search.
Right. So what would, if they are the same thing, what is the need to change any of the verbiage? If the process is the same, what is the exact reason for needing to change the verbiage? Is it speeding up the process? What exactly is happening by changing that?
Because look at the first sentence, whereas the village manager has presented for approval the attached request for qualifications. So if you guys are not going to use that document that she actually gave us, and we're going to instead say we're still going to do a request for bid via the letter of intent, then it should be on. I would think that that's what we would put on there, because the request for bid that I know I saw a few months ago, it did have a lot of errors, and I haven't seen any updates to it. I mean, the last time I saw it, it said it had a population of 60,000. That's not even accurate. So I don't know if and from what I saw at the admin and finance did not workshop that RFQ. What the chair has presented today was that he workshopped a letter of intent.
No, we didn't workshop the RFQ itself. What we workshopped was deciding between a letter of intent and an RFQ, and we settled on RFQ.
No. So in essence, it's the same thing. I think the only language that needs to change on this reso is the village manager, because she's not presenting for approval. It's the council who's presenting for approval.
So then the only thing that you're proposing is changed is that it is the village clerk who is putting out the advertisement for a request for qualification.
Well, it's already there. We don't even need to change that.
Right.
If you look at section 2, it already says that the village clerk is sending it out, and it already says that all proposals must be received by the village clerk. So in reality, that hasn't changed. The only thing that needs to change is that first sentence that says village manager has presented for approval, because it's not the village manager, it's the village council.
It's the first whereas.
Yeah, I if I may, am I muted? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, if I may, I would just simply make it more specific that the village council's administrative finance committee has presented for approval.
Okay. I mean, we are the ones that are presenting it, so I don't see a problem with that.
So
And
again,
then that would enable to the whole council to like be part of it, if it's.
It's going out through the
know.
village. It's
I don't
going
know,
out
but the
through
letter of intent is
the
saying like.
clerk is sending this out. We're not touching it. All we're doing is approving the reso, so the village clerk can send out the document that the chair of the admin and finance committee has worked through, and that we at the admin and finance committee have worked through. And the only thing we're touching is when the clerk receives them, we're going to see them all. And then we're going to come back and meet and vote.
It's the same way you do a search for any position. It's the same way we do a request for, I mean, it's still going to be a search. It's still going to go out there. It's not controlled by anyone, except when it comes to the clerk, everybody's going to get it.
okay, so exactly what is the proposed amendment to this resolution then?
Yeah, can you see this is the Word version. The only thing that I'm hearing that needs to be changed is the first whereas clause, which simply clarifies that it's the village council, the administration and finance committee has presented for approval the attached request for qualifications. So whatever document you all choose, whether it's the letter of intent version from Biscayne Park or the RF, or the document the manager worked on, that would be the attachment. So there's no confusion.
Over the years, I'm just not sure what the reluctance is to do as broad a search for positions as possible. It continues to baffle me, honestly, why you don't just absolutely do the most completely.
We are doing a broad search, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. We are. That has not changed. What is?
Okay.
It is a broad search. We're not even controlling it.
Okay, I just remember we went back and forth in committee and settled on RFQ, and then here is it's a typical response of don't worry about it.
Okay,
It's
so
the
then do the
same.
RFQ.
We'll deal with it later.
So then do the RFQ and you edit it.
So in terms of editing it, here's just another piece for you. So in terms of trying to make a distinction between 75 and 96 in terms of salary for Biscayne Park, the unedited version, which is almost exactly a copy and paste from Biscayne Park, if you read the Biscayne Park one, they have almost exactly every single responsibility in there is that we're saying we've added to ours. So what I'm saying is this discussion of trying to equivocate two very different things and say don't worry about it. So that I have a very genuine concern about this. We fought back and forth to arrive at RFQ months ago.
So, okay, so I agree with Councilperson Roman. Remember this, and maybe, no matter what avenue we go, no matter what you call it, it's still a search. It's still going to be, we're putting a request out there for qualifications. That's what it's called. Whether the format that you use to get there, whether it's a 10-page request for whether it's a 10-page letter of intent, or the 5-page letter of intent, or if it's a 10-page request for qualification, or if it's a 35-page request for qualification, no matter what mode you use to get there, it's all a search. It's the same thing. But I would agree, if you want to use that exact document that the manager proposed, I also don't have any problem, but you all are going to have to do the edits, and you're going to have to do it within a time frame, because it's saying here that we're starting this, I believe, on the 14th.
August 14th.
August 14th. So if you all can have the edits, I mean, we're here now in July, those edits should have been done already. If that document wants to be used, again, not a problem, but it needs to be edited because it does not reflect the Village of El Portal at all. It does
So
not.
as of right now, the RFQ that we're taking issue with, because there's edits that need to be made, that was what was done by an attorney, our village manager, right? And the letter of intent is a more simplified form, edited and completed by our chair of Admin and Finance Committee, which is a letter of intent. Do I have that much correct?
So, I mean, if I can just jump in, if you don't mind, it doesn't really need to go back. If you all decide that you want to advertise this particular procurement using the longer form that Christia prepared, we can just simply amend the resolution to say substantially in the form of the attached RFQ. And between now and the 14th, when it has to be advertised, Christia can workshop it and clean up whatever needs to be fixed on it and advertise it just like any other procurement. It doesn't need to be delayed.
Well, I would just say, Mr. Powell, I'm sure this is a little bit frustrating. I certainly don't mean anything personal at all. This has to go back some years as a resident that I've watched the village at 3 different opportunities where they had a chance to cast the widest net possible and do the absolute best. This came up with the manager's position, and I told I said at that time as a resident, it was unfair to the manager to not do an RFQ. It's unfair to you, Mr. Powell, that we're not casting this entirely well.
Well, we are doing it. But Councilperson Norman, we are doing it. And for historical data, you're not correct. There was and by the way, when we did it for the manager, it's not called an RFQ. We did
an interim police chief for years.
We did a search for the manager, except the right one wasn't selected. That one got that one didn't work out. And Christia Liu became the interim manager because she was in line of all the interviews. She was on the top 4 or 5 when she applied for that search the year before. So to say there was never a search for the manager is not correct. There was a search. We are going to do a procurement for an attorney. We are going to do it. You all have to be comfortable and decide how we're going to get there. There's going to be a search for the attorney, and we're putting it out there. If you guys want to use a 10-page and RFQ is a title, but the avenue that you go about it, you can use letter of intent. You can change the name of letter of intent. But I think that you all would feel more comfortable if you use the RFQ that was presented or the document. It just needs to be edited. And like the attorney just said, you all have to decide. And when I say you all, the committee or the manager needs to edit it, and it needs to be edited by August 14th. If it's that, I'm fine. Let's do that. There's nothing else. We all agree this resolution is going to pass to go forward. Has to be done. We're doing it. So let's do the RFQ. Let's do the one that the manager presented, but it needs to be edited. It cannot go out the way it is because it would not be a reflection of our village. So someone's got to edit that.
Okay, I'll work on it.
And I would
So let
add,
me
at
ask.
this juncture, I would ask either Councilperson Urban, so that because you seem to have most a lack of faith or doubt in the process. So in an effort to feel more comfortable, then you should be a part of the process and workshop it with the manager and get it done. And that's it. It goes forward.
Okay.
Perfect. I was gonna just ask you, Anders, how will you feel more comfortable and like by doing that, or work with the manager and let her edit the letter or whatever.
Yes,
Because we're
absolutely.
not, I mean.
And I will.
Yeah.
I'll do that by August. I'll do that by August 14th. But understand that there's also a pattern from the Village Council of El Portal of having to backtrack after facts and do things twice. There's a pattern of that.
Understand, Anders, with no Urban, with no disrespect to you, but you are on the Admin and Finance Committee. You have been sitting in that committee, and you have had these documents, and you had the opportunity to review.
I'm not taking lectures from anybody on this council.
It's not taking lectures.
August
It's just
14th,
that here we are again.
August
We
14th,
can't
I'll
move
edit it with
forward.
the manager who is an attorney. So who wrote? We still don't have an answer to who wrote the first contract. The contract that our current attorney is sitting with, we still don't have an answer who wrote that contract.
Christia didn't write that either.
I'll edit it by August 14th with our manager who's an attorney. You got
Okay, but our attorney did not write that either. I mean, our manager, she took it from another municipality, just like I took the Biscayne Park one from another municipality.
Okay, so we have a motion, right? Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Nickerson. No, hold on, stand by. We have a motion by Vice Mayor Nickerson and it's second by Councilperson Roman to adopt this resolution. Now, are we still making the village manager committee, or what are we doing at the warehouse?
Yes, if I may. Can we just motion for the manager to edit the document?
No, if we're not going to change anything in the resolution, what we need to, we have a motion to adopt the resolution. We just need to be sure that we say that, actually, we don't have to say anything because if Councilperson Urban and the manager does not get it done in time, it's not going to happen. But I believe they're going to get it done in time, so I'm not worried about that. So we have a motion to adopt the resolution as is, and basically the resolution says, whereas the village manager has presented for approval the attached request for qualifications for village attorney legal services, and now therefore be ordained by the Village of El Portal Council, and then it goes to the foregoing recitals are true and correct and hereby incorporated herein. Section 2, authorizing advertisement for village attorney legal services. The village council hereby instructs and authorizes the village clerk to advertise the attached request for qualification for village attorney legal services for 14 days by no later than August 14, 2020. All proposals must be received by the village clerk by no later than 5 p.m. on August 28th. The village clerk will provide copies of all proposals received to each member of the village council by no later than Friday, September 4th. That's it. The village council shall make the village attorney selection on or before its regularly scheduled council meeting on September 22nd.
Perfect.
I'm okay with that. Are you all okay with that?
Madam Mayor, if like you said, and I agree with you that I believe that the village manager and Councilperson Urban, who's on the Administration Finance Committee, will have it done. If by chance by the 14th, theirs is not done, what do we do then? Like,
you know what? I have faith that it's going to be done. I'm not worried about it. Right, Councilperson Urban? It's going to be done. It's going to be done. I'm not worried about it.
It's going to be done.
It'll be done. It'll be done. All right, it'll be done. All right, so perfect. So we have a resolution to adopt 2020-24. And any further discussion from the council?
I have a question. Yes. So does the council review, does the entire council see that RFP or RFQ, which is a request for qualifications, which is what RFQ means. But does the council get to see that to make sure that all the errors are corrected?
I was gonna make the, add into the motion so that the manager reviews the document before, like Andrew was saying before.
If I may, there's a presumption that by the time it's advertised, whatever errors were in it is going to be corrected. I mean,
That's the assumption. That's what's expected, yes.
right. So
if it's scheduled to be advertised August 14th, Councilperson Urban and to the village manager, is it safe to say that that you can email to the entire council by August 10th, 12th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Comfortable with that? August 10th?
Yeah, that can work. I do have one question about the process as well. I'm in the middle of an RFQ, for solid waste. What comes with RFPs, RFQs is questions, clarifications. Who are we directing that to? Since this is a council, appointment, and this is your RFP, RFQ, you would have to do the clarifications when asked questions from people who are interested in submitting their proposals. So how do you want to handle that?
Maybe Urban can say how he wants to handle that.
Mayor Cubillos, you have a hand up from the audience.
We're not done with the council. She can wait. It's not a resident. She can wait. But she will have the opportunity.
So is it possible that it would be the chair of the Admin and Finance Committee?
It can be whatever. It can be whomever. But there will be questions because I'm getting that with the other RFP. I mean, 20, maybe 10, 15 a day. So, but that's just for solid waste. So certainly that's going to be more, but maybe for the request for qualifications for the attorney, there may be questions that need to be answered within 24 hours to, allow proposals. And you also have to post, the answers so that everybody has the answers, not just that person. So there's a process for RFP, RFQ. And maybe even for letters of intent. I don't know.
Is it necessary that it would be a attorney answering those questions, or can it be a layperson?
It can be a layperson, but it's got to be someone who, because they may say, well, what is intended by? I mean, I don't know what the question is, and I shouldn't even give you an example.
Right.
But it could be anything about the specifics that you're requiring of the proposal, or it could be something specific about the candidate that they need to answer. So that's going to be incumbent upon the council or somebody who's going to represent it to answer questions.
So would it be appropriate then for the chair of the Admin and Finance Committee or someone appointed by the chair of the Admin and Finance Committee to handle that?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I think that since Councilperson Urban is going to, along with the manager, go through this document, line by line, and make sure that everything is done. I think that one of them would be perfect to be able to answer the questions when they come in. All the document that you guys are going to be working, it will only make sense. It's going to be fresh in your mind. It's going to be. I think that would be perfect.
Well, then I think that would be me then, because it would probably be unfair, like 2 different ways to put that additional task on the manager's plate.
It's yours under the mayor's leadership. Is yours as far as I'm concerned. It's her decision in the end. She's the chair of this council meeting.
Very good.
Okay.
Okay, so are we good?
We're good, Madam Mayor. Councilperson Urban is going to be the point person through the process.
Okay, so we have a motion before us. It has been adopted. No, excuse me. It has been motion has been made by Vice Mayor Nickerson, second by Councilperson Roman. There is an understanding that Councilperson Urban is going to work with the village manager to ensure that the RFQ reflects, and by RFQ, the actual document reflects the Village of El Portal. The entire council is going to see that document hopefully by Monday, August 10th, so that it can go out published. The village clerk is going to be responsible for receiving all proposals. The village clerk is also going to be responsible ensuring that the council gets all proposals to us. If there were any questions that come up, that's what happens with the RFQ. Questions can come up. Councilperson Urban is going to be instructed or assigned to answer those questions as they may come forward. If you don't have the answers to them, then I would encourage you to ensure that you work through the manager to get those answers.
Very good.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Roll call, Councilperson.
Oh, I'm sorry, was it an attendee
Yeah.
trying to, had a question or something?
Yeah, she could talk in good and welfare, but we can let her in.
Oh, okay.
Stephanie, do you have
Yes.
a comment? Public comment?
I'm sorry, I didn't see the unmute button. My name's Stephanie Kenzel, and I reside at 7535 Southwest 26th Court in Davie, Florida. I just have one comment, and I'll make it very brief because it's so late. I was reviewing the village of Biscayne Park has an estimated 2019 population of 3,055 residents, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, and its fiscal year 2019-20 budget was $2,584,921, and it's advertising its a village attorney at $75,000. On the other hand, the village of El Portal has an estimated population of 2,325 and a budget of $2,275,122. Yet El Portal is considering offering $95,000. With 730 less residents and a budget that's $309,799 less than that of Biscayne Park, it doesn't seem to make sense that El Portal should pay its attorney $20,000 more. And I just wanted to throw that out there for your consideration when you decide on what to offer your village attorney. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Anybody else in the attendees? To our residents, Sandra Valencia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Sandra Valencia, 8633 Miami Court. At this point, I'm just happy to hear the point that this woman just made. Can't remember her name, but I truly believe that we need to just revisit the budget towards, these legal services in regards to what in the capabilities, his capabilities or her capabilities are. And I'm happy that the RFQ process is starting as it should have like 2 years ago or so. So I'm very supportive of the process. I'm very supportive of Councilman Urban as he's been appointed as the leader for the process. I believe that's what I understood. And yeah, I believe that revisit the whole thing, especially towards the budget. I truly believe like $96,000 a year is a lot.
Thank you. Anybody else in the attendees? All righty, hearing none, I'll open it up back to the council. We have a motion on the table. Can I please have roll call, Eunice?
Roll call, Councilperson Perella.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Councilperson Roman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Mayor Cubillos. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, next we have resolution number 2020-25, the Shenandoah storm drain. If I can please have the attorney read the resolution into the record.
A resolution of the El Portal, a resolution of the El Portal, Florida Village Council authorizing the village manager to enter into an agreement for storm drain maintenance within the village with Shenandoah Pipe Inspection and Restoration Specialist and providing for effective date.
We have a resolution to discuss resolution 2020-25. Is there a motion to consider for adoption in 2020-25?
I'll motion to consider 2020-25 for adoption.
A motion's been made by Councilperson Urban. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, perfect. Madam Manager, you want to give us a little background on this, please?
Absolutely. This is a request to contract with Shenandoah to do pipe inspection and restoration for the Village of El Portal stormwater system. We really want to ensure that we are maintaining our storm drains appropriately. We've been doing that, and we've had inspections done by our engineering service, Craig A. Smith, but they can't actually service it every year. They're just doing inspections. So we're up to speed with our inspections. Our drains are clear for the most part, but we do have about 5 or 6 that need to be cleaned out. Shenandoah gave us a good proposal. I did take proposals for this service. I think this would be very helpful for the village. I know it will be in terms of just keeping those storm drains clean. When we have flooding, I mean, the flooding will not stop, but at least the drainage will, and it will do so properly. The $10,360 was a very competitive price, and Shenandoah came highly recommended and has done work with Craig A. Smith in the past, even though they weren't involved in the selection, but just that we have a recommended company that will show up and do the work for us. We've tried this in the past and couldn't get people to come out to do our drains because they're a smaller village or municipality, and the larger companies were not interested in helping us or didn't want to, take time away from their bigger contracts. But this is a good project for us. I mean, a good price for us, a good proposal. And we worked it through the Public Works Committee, and this will also go to our resiliency. We had that meeting today with that task force, but this will just enhance the village in that way that we have a regular routine of stormwater drain maintenance. I hope you pass it. And it's we can pay for it with our stormwater funds, so it won't take away from budget. This is all paid through stormwater funds that we already have allocated.
Any questions to the manager on this? Go ahead, see your hand, right? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so very glad to hear that it's already accounted for in the budget. That's phenomenal. It seems like a fair proposal. My only question at this point is, if it looks like they're going to do 4 10-hour days, more or less is kind of what it looked like. Is there any benefit to them finishing early or not? But honestly, it looks like a straightforward, very fair contract, and it certainly, I agree, is critical. The only other question I'll just leave you to answer is the numbers of, I think it was 43 out of 68, if I'm remembering correctly, but I get numbers jumbled sometimes. But I think it was something like 43 out of 68 drains. Would you know how he arrived at that number out of the number of drains? I'm just curious. I don't have the background on it to know.
Okay,
exactly.
No, I don't know exactly. They did an inventory, came out and looked through all of our drains. We provided the list that we had that belonged to the village, and they went through and said these, every year we won't need to clean. They don't need to be cleaned every year or maintained every year. So this may be for now. Next year we may need nothing. But if something happens to one of the drains, at least the funds will be there. They probably will not use all of this initially. They're just going to fix what they, or clean or drain out what they, what they see, but
Okay.
it will be there in case something bigger happens later, or if something small happens or nothing happens, then we have that money already allotted for the future. So it's there, and it's a good price.
And
Sounds
also that not all 63 belongs to El Portal. So there's some
Right.
that belongs to the city of Maya or Dade County.
They're the counties.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for the manager from the council? All righty, seeing none and no hands up on the attendings. Okay, Denise, can I have roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Perrella.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Councilperson Roman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Mayor Cubillos. Yes. Motion passes 5-0.
I have one quick question. Does the resolution actually have correct spelling? Because on the agenda it says Strom Drain. And I don't have that reso in front of me.
Is it 2025?
Yes. Storm. Drainage and
It's
maintenance.
spelled correctly, S-T-O-R-M?
Uh-huh.
Okay. The agenda says Strom, S-T-R-O-M, which is why I'm asking.
Oh, okay. All right, perfect. Thank you. So now we're going to move on to the reports. I will try to be as brief as possible. So I have not submitted or emailed out a June or July report because I'm actually putting it all together for the newsletter. The newsletter will should be out in the next week or so. So with that said, but there's one thing I must talk about with all of you this evening, and that is sort of an update as to what's going on in the meetings that we are discussing with COVID-19. For those of you who may or may not have seen the news, I did send you all an email, and I think it was yesterday, the day before that. There is a bit of a disagreement that the cities are having with the county right now. The county did receive dollars based on population for the CARES Act. And the responsibility for the county was to disseminate the dollars to the municipalities based on availability in terms of resources that we need, as well as expenses, and as well as, also taking out whether they provide senior meals and if they provide other services countywide, which impact the municipalities. The conversation that the Miami-Dade County mayors have been having with the county is that we have a belief, and we believe that just as the county received the CARES Act money based on population, that the municipalities should also be given the money based on population as a matter of fairness, not out of the totality for the entire CARES Act, but for a portion of the CARES Act. So in this case, based on population, El Portal would be potentially given $181,000. The county is arguing that no, we don't want to do that. It's just going to be based on what's actually spent. The challenge, not the challenge, but the argument to that is all of the smaller cities that are on the call, all of the smaller cities, the mayors, our conversation is that, well, if we had dollars to actual spend, we may provide and help a little bit more and do a little bit more and provide better resources for COVID-19. This is all about COVID-19. Whether it's PPE equipment, maybe help our seniors more, give them more materials and all of that. So the point of bringing it up is that the meeting that I was on right before the meeting this evening is that the Miami-Dade League of Cities and the Coalition of Mayors want to potentially sort of join forces and I don't like using the word sue, but potentially really battle with the county. And you have municipalities like the city of Miami, like the city of Miami Gardens, like Doral, like Hialeah, who, their allocation is way more. And they are willing not to accept that monies, but really go in for the battle for the long haul, so there'll be equitable distribution to all of the cities.
So I say this to say that while I sent you all a resolution, nothing is really final, but in the event that the Miami-Dade County mayors come together and make a decision that they want to potentially form a class act lawsuit against the county, I would have to call for a special council meeting, because that's not a decision I would make on my own to be a part of that conversation, to be a part of that lawsuit. So I pose a question to Yanis now, which is, when do we have a special council meeting to vote on the second reading for the qualifying dates?
August 4th.
August 4th. All right, so I'm going to try to see if it's at all possible, if there's going to be a special council meeting that's necessary, that if, again, I don't control that. If it's something that's, if they're going to want to go out and do a lawsuit, I'm not going to sign Al Portal's name without having come before all of you and having that discussion. So if you have any questions, I would ask you to contact the League of Cities. I think that would be your best, because obviously you cannot contact me. I would ask you to contact the League of Cities. You can speak to Richard Cooper. He's executive director, and he would give you more insight with regards to anything on this matter that could potentially go forward. On Thursday, there is a set press conference that they're asking all the mayors to attend. The press conference is going to be at Miami City Hall. I have not RSVP'd to the press conference because if there's a potential to be a class action lawsuit, and I'm at the press conference, it's not something, a decision this big, I'm not going to make it myself. I think you all need to be a part of that decision as to whether or not you would even consider or want the village to be a part of that. So I opened up for a little bit of discussion. And that's really all I'm going to discuss on my report. And everything else, there's a lot going on with COVID-19 and a lot of updates, but I will spare you all of those details so that you can read the next newsletter, which should be out in another week. So with that said, do you guys have any questions as it relates to the CARES Act money going to the municipalities and the potential class action lawsuit that the cities want to take on against the county?
None.
All righty. So what does that mean? I didn't get anything. That didn't really mean anything to me.
So Madam Mayor, I'm on the board, as you know, for the League of Cities. So I've been a part of the discussions and received the documentation and everything. So I'm in support of the rest of the municipalities.
All right, so I'm assuming you all are in agreement. Great. All right. Okay.
Yeah, everything is perfect.
Yeah, I trust your judgment, Madam Mayor. You've been on the legal.
I'm not really happy. Listen, when COVID-19 started, the League of Cities really aligned with the county, and we were in a lot of great conversation, and I really believed in great work, and I believed in that we were moving forward, and I think there was a lot of information that was helpful, that was able to really just help the greater good. But I always say, when it comes down to money, and people just but I also understand, and with the municipalities, when I was listening today, and when I'm listening to them today, and I'm listening to how if the county received monies based on population, then I would think it would only be fair that we would too. The manager and the chief has put together an Excel spreadsheet with expenses, and year to date, we've spent what, 50, 60, 30? I don't remember.
90.
Okay, 90. So
I mean, we will, year to date, only about 30, but we will, or 40, but we will expend.
But they don't factor in the fact that the cost that we could have, or the cost that, or the things that maybe, areas where we may be able to do more for our seniors if we had the ability. So all of those things factor in. All right, so I'll keep you guys abreast, and the press conferences, I think it's Thursday at 11:30. So, the other thing I wanted to just touch on lightly is I sent you all an email, and I'm always asking not to reply to all, but I've gotten a call. I don't know if any of you have gotten a call. And I really think that, and this goes to the clerk, I really think that we all need to take a look at this, because I think some residents are not very happy about this, and that is, I sent you all an email. I think the email was dated, I have it right here. The email was dated on July 22nd, because I need, somebody asked me for clarity on qualification. And the email I sent to you all was, good evening, during last night's special council meeting, the discussion of historical time frame for qualifying dates at El Portal was discussed. And I said, in the time that I have been elected, the qualifying period for our regular election cycles is every 2 years. And it has been that way for 10 days to include the 2018 election. Although I was corrected, I rechecked and my statement was and is in fact correct. The attached ordinance of 2018-02 delineates specifically that the 2018 qualifying period at August 13th to the 24th, 2018 was 2 weeks. I reiterate this because right now, as we face COVID-19, when I relook at the dates, I'm not comfortable with them. The qualifying dates that we have right now on the website say August 10th through the 14th, and the residents are not happy because it's not even giving them a weekend. So I really think that we need to either call the elections. There's got to be a way that we can potentially do more, or I really do think that this is going to come up and bite us, because I don't think that a 5-day period during COVID-19 for qualifying is going to go over really well with the residents, because they're already not happy about it.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Are you asking me a question?
Oh no, I'm asking. I'm talking to the council right now. I'm talking to the.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Councilperson Urban has her hand raised, and then Perrella. Councilperson Urban, I'll go to you.
I think Councilman Perrello had his hand up before me.
No, you did first.
Okay, all right.
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, this must be a hot topic, certainly among residents, because the residents sent me something from, don't quote me on the name, but it's somebody within the Miami-Dade County Election Board. And it has to do with qualifying candidates, and they have it as the 21st of August for this election cycle 2020 for candidates to appear on the ballot for the general election in November. They have it as August 21st. There does not appear to be any set date as far as like a beginning point, but the end point it does appear to be is August 21st. I'll find that and I'll forward that to the clerk, what the resident emailed me. It was just today, I think I received it even.
Councilperson Perrella?
Yes, in regards to the dates, yeah. I also think it's great to share of period of time, and as a matter of fact, it's not even 5 days, because it's starting on Monday the 12th, and then starting on and finish, and ending on Friday that I think also 12 or 3 o'clock. It's I don't know where it's, and now with COVID and having to make appointments to go to the bank to open the accounts, like it happens to me when I went to open the account. I went to the first bank, and they didn't know pretty much the procedures of how to open the campaign's account. Then I lost the half of the day, so I went the next day. I went to another branch, and they knew exactly what they were talking about when I was what I needed or what they needed from me, and it was an easy process. But yeah, being that we are in the situation where we are, that we have to make appointments for everything to even get into the bank or something, a week is kind of like, if we can review that, probably give a little bit more time. The clerk, I know she's the one in charge of that. That'll be great. So I know I've been spoken to her. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I've been spoken to the clerk, and I've to her somehow to clarify that they can actually print the paperwork or go pick up the packet beforehand, before the 10th, and have everything by the 10th, and signatures and whatever they need to collect, and so that way they have at least a week or two before the timeline to do everything. So if it's somehow it could be clarified or actually extended from the 10th, or for 10 days like we had.
Thank you. Councilperson Roman.
Yeah, so it's interesting that that we're discussing this because I also received a call from a resident, and I was walking my dog on Friday, and I ran into former councilperson Dreyer, who, which is weird. I don't know if he watched the meeting, but he asked me how long the qualification period was, and I told him it was only a week. I didn't question it during that meeting because I just assumed that what the clerk had said was accurate. And so he urged me to look into it because of COVID, people not having enough time, and the qualification period not being so short. So after I thought about it during the weekend, and then next thing you know, I get somebody else who actually asked me about it too. So I do believe that this is way too short. Especially with us having a history of 2 weeks, and especially during this time frame. The second person that did mention it to me, they said that they had heard that the state had allowed Miami-Dade to do everything electronically through email or whatever electronic, and they wanted to know if we were going to do the same.
Yeah, because I figured it was gonna be hard to collect signatures when you're like wearing a face mask, face covering and stuff. Who's gonna open the door for you?
Yeah, I don't know what portion they said was electronic. And I didn't, I didn't have time to really research it, but it was mentioned and it makes sense. And, it comes from the state. It's not Miami-Dade who dictates the municipalities.
Vice Mayor Nickerson, you're good?
I'm pretty good, Madam Mayor. I understand what everybody's saying. I think that first of all, the point right there with the face mask, with getting the signatures. First of all, we all do know a lot of people in the village because we've been here for so long. But yet and still, to go to individuals' homes with COVID-19 happening, even though you have a face mask on, that still could be kind of like a weird situation, just like a weird vibe. So I would like to see if the clerk could call the elections department and see if there's any different way they're handling signatures this time around because of COVID-19, or any rules or anything that's changed because of COVID-19. If we could just maybe get those rule changes so we have those up to date. I would say also, Madam Mayor, if I may, I would say though that, and I'm not sure, but correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk, but you can, for everybody, because I know how it sounds with like the week thing, and the only reason why I'm saying this is this: I agree with the 2 weeks. It should be 2 weeks, right? But the only thing I'm saying is this: let's say, for example, if it just because of the elections department, if we're unable to get 2 weeks. So I'm just looking at that scenario. If we're unable to get 2 weeks and we only have that week, and like I said, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk, but I believe that you guys, we can, as of today, we can get documents and begin the process, get all the signatures, begin the process of everything. And then that last week, all we have to do is just turn everything in. So if I'm not, and I don't know, Madam Mayor, if that's correct what I just said, but I think a lot of people might think that we have that week to run in, initially get the documents and things like that. I think that we can get the documents way ahead of time, have all the quote unquote work done, the footwork done, and then over that last week, turn everything in. Like I said, I hope that we can get 2 weeks, but I'm just looking at the worst case scenario and just trying to give people extra time, just in case we have the worst case scenario. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all.
All right, I see hands raised. Is that from before? Councilperson Perrella, Councilperson Rome, is that from before?
No, I raised it again. So if I'm not mistaken, from what I was told, it's the clerk who sets the dates. And then Urbom said that the county just says it's August 21st. So in actuality, this is something that's coming from our clerk's office, whether we have 1 week or 2 weeks. From what I'm understanding, and therefore I'm ready to, I was going to bring this up because I think that needs to be changed before the second reading.
Councilperson Pearl, did you have a hand up again? Oh, okay. Anybody else before I make it? So this is my recommendation to, I think we need to ask the clerk and or the attorney, but I would think the clerk, if the clerk says that the county get it in writing to us, I think Councilperson Urbam said that he has something or someone sent something to him, forward it to the attorney and to the clerk. But I really do believe that I want to see in writing from the elections department that they're telling us that it can only be for a week, because I'm telling you, residents are not happy about this. And obviously we've all gotten the same call by different people, I am sure. And it's not just because they're used to 2 weeks. They just know that there's different extenuating circumstances because of COVID-19. And different work schedules and ability to go to the bank and signatures. I mean, there's just a slew of things. So I would like to see that in writing so that if I pose that question again, I can just say, here, it's not, because, right now they think, okay, the mayor's doing this. Well, it's not, I'm not doing this, because that's exactly what I've gotten, that they think that the mayor only wants it to be 5 days. That has nothing to do with me. So I want to see in writing that it's coming from the whoever's dictating that this is what we have to do. I think that's what I would like to get. I'd like the council to say, hey, I would think it's the clerk, or if I don't know if Norman wants to add anything, but I think we need to get it in writing that the elections county said it's only 1 week and it has to be this week.
I guess let me answer the question. The county only sets the qualifying deadlines for the county commission. To the extent that you're looking at a municipal qualifying period, that's set by the council through the clerk's office. So to the extent that you all want to amend the ordinance for second reading to extend the qualifying period to two weeks, you can do that. The only thing that and Ms. Jacoby can confirm, the only thing that the supervisor tells us is the drop dead date by when we have to have our qualifications completed. And I believe that's in the in the draft ordinance that we proposed. So if you want it to be 2 weeks, it's 2 weeks. If you want it to be 7 days, it's 7 days.
Norman, let me add to that. Okay, so the 21st date that they're giving that's the last date. You guys need to collect signatures. If somebody comes in on August 21st and their signatures come back later, that is not, we're gonna have somebody on the ballot that is not, it's gonna be a ballot person, 2 people that I don't know how they're gonna do to remove. That's why they give you the 21st. These signatures have to be verified. Let me say something to the residents, if I may. They can come, I send something on Friday, they can sign up with 2 forms. That's giving you 3 weeks. And I send that on Friday with 2 forms that you have to file with my office. I did ask about the COVID situation, and they're like, you guys only need 15 signatures. That is charter. That is nothing that we can do. They have to get those signatures. I do have on the front page after speaking to Perella in the front page, whoever wants to become a candidate can become a candidate already. Can come to qualify. They only need 2 documents from me. Ministerial, to pick up those documents, it was that week. So if you want to run for office, you can come. You can make an appointment with me. You can get those 2 documents that you need starting yesterday. I sent that on Friday. So at any given point, they can do that and they can start doing their candidate stuff. The only reason that it says up to the 21st for me to give it to them, it's not for me to give it to them. You have to be qualified. That means that date, I have to have all those 15 signatures already qualified. So if someone comes in on that Friday, let's say if we do it to the 21st, they're not going to be qualified because those signatures are not going to be qualified. Remember, the department, I don't qualify those signatures. And Councilperson Urbam knows that he's met me before. You have to have them done by them. They take their time. That part is not about me. So if you guys want to have it up to the 21st, that's fine. But whoever comes in on August 21st, we're going to have something because I can't qualify the signatures.
I think people feel comfortable. I think what's happened is they see the small time frame and they're going by that.
Just for collecting documents.
I think that they're accustomed to seeing a 2 week, and if we have the ability to give them 2 weeks, I think we should. I see hands raised. Councilperson Perrella?
Roman had it for,
Oh, sorry, I can't, I don't know. who
yeah,
was first.
raise
Okay.
first.
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
I understand all of that. I still want to see the 2 weeks on paper. So I think I still want to see the 2 weeks amended and the 2 weeks given. It doesn't have to be until the 21st. We could do it. I mean, August hasn't even started yet. So we can do it, you know, up to the 18th if the clerk needs an extra couple of days to,
It's not
you
me,
know,
it's the
to get
Department of
qualified.
Election. I have to
Or
Uh,
Department of Elections, whatever. But I still want to see the 2 weeks.
Okay, yeah, the 2 weeks doesn't have to be closer to the 21st. It could be it could be from the 8th to the 14th or whatever. If that's now, let me ask the clerk, Denise, does it matter the date of the signatures are being collected? Like it has to have certain period of time?
Once you come file those 2 documents that I sent on the email on Friday, and you start collecting signatures after those dates. It cannot be after you've turned in those documents to me, those 2 first documents. Again, that means that you have since last Friday till whenever date it is. My biggest concern is that I know that the signatures are the biggest thing.
Right.
August 21st is the deadline for me to turn it in saying this person has qualified, means you've made it all. Your signatures are included. Remember that they have a statewide county election, a county election, and they have the general elections. I mean, I think the attorney last time, he even had to put something in writing for me to give to them. Remember when I had those signatures at 12 o'clock to them? So they take it very serious. They wouldn't even take the signatures until they spoke to the attorney. I had to speak to the attorney.
So again, I'm sorry, once they get those papers from you,
The
they can
first 2
start-
documents,
right.
they can start getting the signatures right away. They can open
So
their
they-
bank
they
account,
have
they
a
can do
whole
whatever.
month to turn
And
it
that can start now. That doesn't have to be those dates. That week is just for me to receive the documents from the candidates, all the documents that they need to turn in to qualify. All I do is ministerial. That's it.
No,
Okay.
it makes sense to nowadays, like we've been talking about COVID and all of that, to have a week, gap there for the signature verifications from the electors department or whatever that is that they, and then if anything comes back and then, fix them or whatever, so.
All right, so I don't know about you all, and I think all this is great, but at the end of the day, I want to see it in writing by the county that we cannot dictate the dates. And I think that that's important that we have, and I think it's important that not only do we have that, but when is the actual last date that they have to get it by? I want that because
I'm sending it right now.
And I want it from the county. I want it from the elections office.
I'm sending it from the election counter. Who else?
All right. Because if not, then I think it'll behoove one of us to call so that we can actually all be on the same page. Because I think more calls are going to happen, and they're going to begin to think that this is a conspiracy, and it's not. There's nothing to do with the dates that have been chosen.
I don't think we should mess around with this, and it needs to be 2 weeks. I don't understand why we can't just amend and for the second reading have that say 2 weeks.
If it's not broken, why fix it? It's what it historically has always said, and I think it needs
10
to.
days, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Just leave it the way it is. There's no reason to change it.
From the 4th to the 14th, if they need an extra week to verify the signatures, right? I don't know. If they need from the 14th to the 21st, that 1 week to, if it's the 21st that they need the signatures by, right? I don't know.
Mayor, if I may.
Because keep in mind, excuse me, Vice Mayor, because keep in mind, while we may think a lot of people are seeing this, not everybody sees it. And not everybody gets the email, but more people may go on the website and that's all they're going to see. And they're not going to know about this conversation, and they're not going to know about that email blast, because not everybody, as much as we would like them. I mean, when I sent out my email blast to the residents, it's only like 340. I think that's
I also
about.
have it on the website.
That's what I said. But if you go on the website, it's just the dates.
No, it has everything. Go to the website. It has everything.
No, it does not. If you go see the
Go to
qualifying,
the website.
any person was going to see the qual. It's going to say qualifying is 10th to the 14th. That's what they're going to go on. So
it doesn't matter if the documents are on the website or not. Why can't we just change it back to 2 weeks?
When you go on the website, it says qualifying period is for 2 weeks. It's for 5 days, not even. And that's
I make a motion to change the reso to, or the ordinance to say 2 weeks, to give us 2 weeks.
I'll second. I can second that, but Madam Mayor, if I may, Madam Mayor.
Well,
if you go on the website, it says public notice. It says, and it says August 10th through August 14th. So, and benefit of people who are not seeing this, who don't get the email, the clerks, and even mine, they're going to go on the website, and all they're going to see is August 10th through August 14th. That's all it says on the banner. And that's what people are in a little bit of uproar about right now. So,
well,
to the attorney, yes, go ahead.
okay, well, we don't have the ordinance in front of us for second reading to amend, unfortunately. So, and it wasn't duly noticed for this particular meeting. I know there's a special meeting, I believe, set for the 3rd, which is what, next Tuesday. On next Tuesday, that ordinance for second reading can be amended to extend, which is what we'd be doing now, because it's been advertised for the 5 days, to 2 weeks. And that would run, right up to the deadline that's provided by the elections department. But unfortunately, we can't amend an ordinance that's not been advertised and not before us right now.
But we'll be able to do it at that August 3rd meeting.
Right. That's next, was it next Tuesday? Yeah,
yes.
Tuesday. Was it the 4th?
Sorry, it's the 4th. Sorry, I got corrected. It was the 4th.
Right. And
I see 2 hands raised. Are those from before or now? Vice Mayor Nickerson?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Madam Clerk, is there anything that prevents us from moving it up? Like if it stays the 14th because, that helps you out, we want to, I'm trying to find middle ground here. We want to help you out, but is there anything to move it up to like what Councilperson Perrella says? Like if we start the 4th officially, can we do that?
That's not a problem.
Then that's what we should, we can't do it tonight with Councilperson Rome because of what the attorney just said, but I think that's what we should aim for, you guys, at the special council meeting. We just move that first date up and we have 2 weeks, and I think that's what we should just do. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I agree. Anybody else? Any other comments?
Madam Mayor, just, I don't know if this was what you were talking about, but before when we were discussing, I think it was the attorney thing, you said, oh, there was something that we forgot to do earlier. I don't know if this was it, or I don't know. I just didn't want you to forget. I don't know. I just didn't want you to
Well,
forget.
I was having a moment because I'm telling you, residents are very passionate about this. So I got a call and they were like, it's not on the agenda. So for like a brief moment, I slightly freaked out because I was like, oh my God, the second reading is not on, but then it's not. And then I had to look through my emails and I remembered it's the 4th. I was going to have a panic attack. I'm thinking, oh my God, it's not tonight. And so I was in the middle of that when you guys were talking about the attorney, and I'm sorry, but so when it was brought to my attention, I was just like, where is that ordinance? So no, we're all good. It's August 4th. But yes, thank you. I mean, I'm telling you, I've gotten some nasty calls about this, so I appreciate you all agreeing on that because, yeah, okay. As far as my report, again, I will limit it to the newsletter that's going to come out in the next week or so. I want to thank Omar Nickerson and the manager and the police chief for kicking off that resiliency task force. Hey, I could not make it on the call today. I'm sorry. These county calls with the mayors, I don't know how anybody gets any work done because I probably spend 10 hours a day on the phone on Zoom meetings, but I have all faith that the task force that has been put together is very excited. And I'm looking forward to any, as you as a liaison, I don't anticipate being on the meetings. I think that you as a liaison, you're going to come to us with the ideas. So I did mention to the manager that it would be great if we could have a police officer assigned to that committee, to the task force. If the chief can't do it, I respect you can't be there all the time, but if that's a possibility, it's not required. And that really sums up my report. I don't have really anything else to say. I haven't really decided what I'm going to do as it relates to, as you all know, I try to consistently do the State of the Village every August. I've done it since 2015. I've done it on the 4th Tuesday. It's going to be a little different. We'll know soon I think actually Friday we'll know if the governor is going to continue these Zoom meetings, and most likely he will. I'm assuming that the State of the Village will be via Zoom. That'll save somewhat money, right? So you don't have to worry about that in the budget. If that happens, I'm probably going to do it at the Village Hall anyway. So I'll be there. I feel like I haven't been in the Village Hall since March. It's a really long time. But that's going to be on August 25th. So FYI, I don't think I'm going to change that at all. But so I do plan on doing a State of the Village. I guess it's going to be via Zoom. I doubt it's going to be all in person. So, and that pretty much concludes my report. So I'll leave it to the manager. Move on to the manager.
You're on mute.
Oh. I was like, what? I was on mute the whole time?
Sorry.
No.
No. I was on mute. Like, I have a 17-page report that's still like probably even longer than that, but I'm not going to put you through those paces tonight. I'll just forward you them, and I'm just going to give you some highlights. Everybody knows where we stand on coronavirus, COVID, and observing the CDC guidelines in the Village Hall and throughout the village. I just want you to know that I did meet with Congresswoman Frederica Wilson and a lot of other municipal managers regarding the FAA flight patterns that the mayor spoke about earlier and that we passed the item on. And residents are weighing in on FAA's website to discuss their observations and just the noise abatement for that. So it was a good discussion. I think the Congresswoman fought hard for us, and I don't know what will come from it, but we're expecting some follow-up in the by September is the date we were told. So we'll see what comes of that. About the flooding in the village, well, the mayor and the chief and I met with some concerned citizens, i.e. the Little River Conservancy, on a few weeks ago regarding just planning, preparing for flooding. What can we do? Is there anything we can do? Mr. Gladwin, who's a part of that group, presented us with the presentation that he had been working on regarding, because he's very involved with the water and the canal and just the conservancy of that, and just reporting to us about events, and also watching the weather. And he's been going back and forth with Chief Magnuson. So it was really helpful and eye-opening. And we'll distribute that information to the council for your review. It's also part of the Resiliency Task Force. That portion was presented as well. But it was very interesting. And so we committed to, just continue to promote the county's hurricane preparedness guide. We've been putting up flyers and just information on the website and through social media, through our police department, about what to do, how to prepare. In fact, I got an email from a resident today just saying, thank you so much, because we're just breaking it down in small bites for residents and placing that on the website. So that we've made some flyers and distributed through our seniors and through the block captains. And I think that's helpful. But again, we're just really distributing information that we've been getting from the county about the Ready app that will give you up to the moment information about storms and events and evacuation centers if you need to do that, and registering for programs. If you have special needs and are not able to evacuate, you can get assistance with that. So so those are some good things. We are continuing to watch the weather and check on things. We have all of our hurricane items and equipment in place. And speaking of hurricane, for the Hurricane Irma recovery, we're expecting some requests for information by Friday, the 31st of July. Coming up, I've shared that information with the council, but we're expecting some questions, and so we'll be jumping right on that to answer whatever we can so that we can figure this out and hopefully come up with some resolution to our need for FEMA to release funds or to go to the next steps, but we're looking forward to that. let's see, I'm just following up about the parks projects. We are continuing to work on that. However, we are waiting to hear back from the Miami-Dade County Department of Transportation and Public Works about the 2 parks that are not deeded to the village. That's the Nature Trail and the Little River Estates Park. So no response yet from Dennis Fernandez, who's the director there, but we will continue to work on that because we obviously want to proceed with our project, but we want to have access and the ability to name the parks as we've discussed and all of that. So I'll keep you posted and continue to work on that for you. Same with the transit shuttle project, which is supposed to start in December, but considering how things are going with this pandemic, we may have to push it to the first of the year, but we're still on track and just working with FDOT to complete that, the planning process. Let's see, just a legislative update. All of our projects that we got through the House and then the Senate and got so much support for were vetoed by Governor DeSantis this month. And so unfortunately, we will not be getting the rotunda, the traffic calming on the west side, or the stormwater funding, or the septic to sewer project or conversion project that we applied for Northeast 2nd Avenue. But we'll just keep trying. That was at no fault of anybody's. We thought we were pretty good until the coronavirus hit. And so now the priority is that. So Governor DeSantis did not approve the spending for that. And so we'll just try again. The Sanctuary Church, as you all know, the Cristo Rey project did not go forward. And the owners of the Sanctuary project have contacted me and the mayor about they're looking to sell or entertaining proposals for selling the property. We've been contacted by one gentleman who was interested in putting the mixed use that was discussed when Seth Gadinsky and his group owned it. So we discussed a bit about that. We haven't heard anything else. I think someone else expressed some interest, so something will come. I don't know when, but they're trying to sell the property. Let's see. We all know the Cavista is moving forward. We haven't gotten any plans just yet, but I'm sure they will be coming. The skate park, we've been talking with Jonathan Strauss quite a bit, and he's been working with our building department to get his plan and approved, and things are moving quickly on his end for the skate park. Just an update about police. We did meet with the, well, actually we had the impasse hearing on July 1st this month, and we are awaiting the determination from the arbitrator. In that impasse, the concern and the reason we were in that situation is because in a collective bargaining agreement negotiation, we discussed the step increases. That was something we could not afford, and I said no, and they took that to be an impasse and wanted to have an arbitrator review that. Chris Wallace and I appeared before the arbitrator and gave information about our budget and explained why this was a concern and why we, could not afford to do this. And we'll just wait and see what happens from there. But we did do that this month. Just on a lighter note, we did swear in our new officer Poveda, and we're very excited about having a woman on the squad again. So that's great. Also, just from Chief Magnuson, after the uptick in shed burglaries, and there have been a few, there was a special operations put into place, and the offender was captured this month. Chief Magnuson shared information with Miami Shores PD, and so they worked together in getting that done. So we're happy about that arrest. And let's see here. I'll give you everything or quickly. We have our new building official in place, Mr. Mark Jean, who you've all met at the planning and zoning meeting, and he's already working on a lot of things, including he will be presenting, it's just something for planning and zoning and code enforcement related to increasing the building fees. I know this has come before the council before and it kind of just died, but I think we need to revisit that as we are the lowest, and there are some comparables that we can consider and look at as we are looking at other ways to increase our coffers. Let's see here. Just another note, I know I put it in my manager's report often, but I want to bring this especially to your attention because I have a meeting tomorrow regarding this. Residents' blueprints were lost back in 2016 by the Village of El Portal. She doesn't have blueprints. She wants to do work on her home. We can get the blueprints done, but we have to pay for them. And our planners have agreed to do it, but it's something we need to think about. So I will meet with her tomorrow to discuss this. You know, a lot of things that have happened in the past, and they keep coming back. And this is one of those things that needs to be addressed. So Juan said they would consider doing it at $2 per square foot. I want to look at that and see if, you know, just talk to Ms. Aramburu to see if we can work this out. But I want to bring that out because this has been ongoing and we need to really finalize this and help her if this is, you know, something we can do, but I'll have to consider it. Something else, we have been trying to meet with Pannoni and we just as close out this situation with them and the easement and the design project. We just haven't been very successful in terms of just needing to reschedule based on scheduling issues that have popped up. But in the meantime, we have not paid for the easement at the school because we don't know where the project is going. So we've just put things on hold, but that's a $30,000 easement that we negotiated with Miami-Dade County Public Schools. So with that, you know, we'll see what comes of it and keep you informed as we reconnect with Pannoni and try to see where this design project will finalize. On another note about the school, though, Principal Kevin Lawrence is moving on to Booker T High School. I believe that's the school he's going on to, so he won't be in El Portal with us anymore. And we'll be getting a new principal at Horace Mann. So we'll continue to keep those lines of communications and those relationships intact since that's very important for us and our residents. And we want to support the school, of course. We have been closed to the public since March 26th. We are still open by appointment. We continue to clean, BioClean. We're going to amp that up a bit because, you know, having people have been testing positive, not many, but some, and so we have to be very careful. So we're going to be BioCleaning once a month, and we've gone back to staggered shifts and remote working just to keep people safe and separated. We just have small space, and so that's been our challenge at the Village Hall, but we will work with each other and do what we have to do to stay safe and healthy. Our budget hearing dates have been set, and we're looking at Tuesday, September 8th, 2020 at 6:30 p.m. and Tuesday, September 22nd at 6:30 p.m. So we're excited about those dates. And we are also awaiting hopefully an approval for our grant application for the CDBG Critical Facilities grant. It's a resiliency grant that we applied through Robert Ruano for the police department. So that would be a good, a nice assistance for us and also go towards our effort towards resiliency. I published a solid waste removal request for proposals last week, and have been receiving questions, and things are going along with that. The closing date is August 4th, and I will be putting together the review team in the next few days so that we can be ready to review those those proposals and then make the recommendations to council and present something so that we can have it in place by the new fiscal year. And let's see here. I have participated in the Florida County and City Managers Association Women in Leadership Focus Group yesterday, where we talked to women who are in government who are interested in becoming city and county administrators and managers. And so it was a really nice discussion, and it was great for information sharing and just seeing how what brought us together, what brought us to this kind of career. And so I was happy to participate in that. I also participated in the Resiliency and Sustainability Task Force meeting a bit today. The CITT hosted a meeting to discuss surtax reductions or funding in the coming year. And I mean, just a myriad of things. So those are just some highlights. And if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. And I will be sharing a more formal report with everyone by tomorrow. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions from the manager? Yeah, I have a question. It's not urgent in any way. And I probably should follow up with an email, and I know with COVID-19, it may not even happen anytime soon. And I think you did it in your parks tour with Councilperson Perella, but the little library, the new little library, do we have a time frame when that probably will go up?
Well, is the actual structure ready from the artist? Because last I heard, we were waiting for that.
That's the only thing we're waiting on, is for her to get it all. Okay. All right.
Yes, that's the only thing we're waiting on, because we already know where it's going to go. And so it's a part of the plan to be at the opening of the tot lot whenever it's ready.
Again, it's not urgent, but
it's on our list.
Okay. If there's no questions, I'll for the manager, let's go on to the village attorney for a report.
I have two brief items just to clarify the Pennoni matter. Councilperson Perella and I discussed this matter, and what we're going to do is request that Pennoni come before the Public Works Committee to present its proposed revision to the agreement. So that'll happen in September. I've already reached out to Mr. Elias, and he doesn't have any issues with that, just as long as we give him the date of the Public Works Committee meeting. In addition to that, the PERC hearing that we conducted before the arbitrator, the village's briefs are due on August 14th, so I'll prepare that, and once both sides prepares the briefs for the arbitrator's consideration, she'll make a recommendation as to the impasse question, which is the step increases requested by the police department. So that's it.
Any questions for the village attorney? All right, seeing none. Any unfinished business and general orders? Any new business? Good and welfare. Hugh Glad when you're hanging in there. So we have Sandra Valencia.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. 8633 Northeast Miami Court. Well, I have just a couple of comments, and it might not be in regards to any specifics of what we have discussed, but it's about, the negativity or, the attitudes of some people. And I would like to just address it quickly. Mayor Cubillos, you're promoting unity in order to bring success and progress to the village, right? But the way you spoke at the beginning earlier today to your colleagues, to the community publicly over this, Zoom meeting earlier tonight, well, it was just sounding like a mother just representing kids. And to be honest, I don't think that that's reflecting of what you're preaching. To Mr. Powell, I need to remind you that you are an employee of the village and its citizens, and we pay your salary. And when you spoke to Councilperson Perella, he's not only your supervisor, but a resident of the village. And the tone you directed your communication towards him earlier in this meeting is not acceptable, especially coming from a professional as you have presented yourself as. And last but not least, I truly believe that the way Councilperson Ramos spoke to her equal, Councilperson Urban, shouldn't be part of this village, to be honest. I totally disagree in this tones of, how you are communicating to each other. And if we want to bring positive thinking to the village during these very difficult times, we need to treat each other with respect and more kindness. That's my piece. Thank you.
We have Hugh Gladwin.
Unmute here. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah, just two quick items. Item one is just,
Your name and address for the record. I don't.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Hugh Gladwin, 400 Northeast 85th Street, El Portal. Yeah. So two items. One is on the qualification time for the election. I've been sitting here looking at what's on the village website, and I feel like it's very misleadingly written. I can see why people got upset, and yet when the village clerk explained everything, it was totally clear. It's just, people can start filling out their paperwork now. What it talks about qualification time is just the time to get everything in and done, but it's just, you read it and it doesn't say that at all. So I think somebody needs to edit that quickly. Okay. On the website. Item number two, just sitting here this evening looking at you guys. I mean, I grumble at times, but you are all just totally amazing. I mean, the village team of all you guys running, the staff and everything, but I think this is the best council ever. And I know you can't do what you do without having disagreements and things, but my God, I mean, just thinking of this little town we have and what I have seen tonight and, before. So I just want to say you're wonderful. That's it. Bye.
Be safe. Thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else in good and welfare? There's nobody else out there. Any other comments from the council?
Well, the only comment I have, as Mr. Gladwin was saying, we all here, for what I see, comfortable at home somehow. But the village clerk is the only one at the village hall, huh? And it's almost 1 o'clock. You have to drive home. There's any way, I mean, do you have to work from the village or can you work from home? Is something that?
The attorney's at his office. He's not.
Oh, okay. But not at a village hall, right? But he says he's
at his office.
Yeah, his office. Okay. And we have police officers there at the village, right? No?
I'm alone.
Oh. So it's just, it's just.
There's no police officer working tonight? Okay.
Maybe in the front, but not where she's at.
There's got to be a police officer working tonight.
There's officer working. They're not in the hall.
Right.
They're on the road.
And if they're in the hall, they're practicing social distancing, right, with a mask on?
But no one's told the clerk that she's got to work from the office.
Okay.
That I know of. I mean, I don't know.
No, I don't know. I'm just because I see that she's there and, the time is 1 o'clock and she has to drive. I don't know. It was just like, I feel kind of like, I don't know if it's safe,
Well, before you leave, call one of the police officers. Who's working tonight?
Riveron.
Riveron, there you go. Call Riveron. I think we just, you know what? That brings me to something. So I gotten a lot of emails and I just keep forgetting to bring this up. I just got an email and I think it was Marlene Whitaker's son that emailed me because your email is not on the email, police chief. On the website, they can't email you. So they email me and then I got to send you guys the email. And then sometimes I forget because I get a little busy, but I have to forward you an email that I just got. Complimenting Officer Riveron. That's what prompted me to think about. So maybe we need to go on the website and on your There must be a number there that it's not accurate, or I think it's the CP phone maybe. So we need to take a look at that and we need to eliminate it. And if you can add your email, or if you want an appointee, if you don't want it, but your email needs to be added to your page because it's not on there. So they email me, by the way. I don't know if you were aware of that. All righty. As Commissioner Hardeman always closes his meeting, he always says, let your hearts and minds be at peace. If they are, we can conclude. That's what he always says at every meeting he adjourns. So he's like, all our hearts and minds at peace? If so, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, there's a motion to adjourn the meeting at 12:31 PM. All in favor, signify by saying AM. There's a motion to adjourn the July council meeting at 12:31 AM. It's July 29th technically. So all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? All right, hearing none, the July 28th council meeting adjourns at 12:31 AM on July 29th. Thank you. You all have a good night. Eunice, be safe, and call Officer Rivera.
Take care, you guys. Have a great
Bye,
day.
guys. Take care.
Take care. Take care,